This conference will now be recorded.
All right, first item on our agenda is to approve the agenda. Any changes, Bruce or Brenda?
Mr. Chairman, I would note that during the discussion for the Public Safety and Services Center at 8:15, that there will be some talk about neighboring property and interest in getting an easement across the jail site. I think the sheriff might also bring up an item from the general contractor as well about days that they've missed. In bills, there is a bill for first district that's been discussed at your prior meetings. Brett Runge was going to come here at 9 to discuss that with you, but I think that any opposition to that bill being approved has gone away, so that bill is in your bills presently. Similarly, Mr. Callahan is on the phone from MDU to talk about the MDU service agreement at 8:15, and there's a $1,000 application fee. So that $1,000 invoice is also in your bills. I bring that to your attention if you want to.
Commissioner Davis.
Mr. Chairman, if we would, and during the sheriff's time, I would like a little update on the flooding in Spearfish.
Okay.
Motion to the agenda with amendments. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the agenda. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Do we have any conflicts? Brand.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I do have one at, gotta look, make sure I get the right one since I was confused earlier. 10:30, I have a conflict.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. We need the approval of our minutes from the June 13th meeting.
So moved.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval of the best minutes in the United States. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Bills. I always miss that one. I got it this time.
Yeah.
Any questions on the bills?
Mr. Chairman, I have one on buildings and grounds.
Okay.
To find it here. Maybe Tim can answer the question. Has our energy bill gone up quite a bit? See, it's a rather large payment on this time. Has our cost for kilowatts or whatever went up, do you know?
No, it's about right on track with what normally is. Maybe a little bit. It's pretty close.
Okay. Just want to kind of keep an eye on it. It seemed like it was pretty high charge and a cool month. What do you think? Yeah. How much?
There's 11,000.
Yeah. Is that just for this building?
That's for all the buildings.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted some clarity.
Okay, further questions?
Had mine answered. Okay. Did you want to speak to?
What's this?
Do we want to speak to District 1 now?
Sure.
$5,000.
I see Brett's in here.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead.
We as users beyond the commission have found that the new website is missing a few things. And I know that the Director of Equalization has been working with District 1 and Greg Diaz to resolve those issues. And that's why I pulled the bill last meeting. We have seen some improvement. We have some instruction. And I don't want to put words in Brent's mouth, but it appears that she's comfortable that they're going to come through with what they can for the other items that we're talking about. And furthermore, we're looking at a different provider possibly in the future. So I'll toss it to you.
Yeah, so I am, in case the things don't work out. I mean, they've done the work, they've gotten the website up, right? And there's a few things that we're concerned about as far as not being able to download data. Sometimes the slowness of the site, there's some other things, but so we're working with them on that. But I am looking at another provider just to start talking with them. And Meade County uses them, Minnehaha, Lincoln County, a lot of other counties use them. And so I'm going to start talking with them just to see if we might move to them. But anyway, As far as the first district, I mean, they've done the work, and you know, I think they have been working with us to try to get the things get improved. So.
Okay.
So the three things, if I may, Mr. Chairman, that I noticed is they have the parcels in there, but they don't have the individual lots. So if a parcel has 5 lots, they don't show the individual lots. So that's an error in the system. We aren't able to download shapefiles anymore, which means we have to contact her office and have their labor force provide those. And the same with certain georeferenced images. So the time that we used to save in the department by having the user be able to do that is not as strong as it once was. So that's really the 3 outstanding issues that I had. The other ones they responded to.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess what we're really talking about is the mapping, the online mapping that we have. So if you want to pull up aerials or anything for your property, you've got a properties, you can. The old system was not perfect, but I think it was a better quality product than what we have currently. So that's where concern lies, in my opinion. And it was easier to interface with. As far as the public goes, I think it was faster. Didn't like
Yeah,
what was
it
bad.
was faster. Yeah, and I know you talked about the guy that I work with is talking about maybe putting it in a different format to make it faster, but part of it is the aerials. So there's a few issues here, but yeah, but anyway.
Yeah, you're comfortable paying anything?
Yeah, I'm comfortable paying it. I think we need to revisit this during budget. And the new format she's talking about is Beacon. And the downside with it is it's subscriber based. So some of it's free and some of it the members pay for, but it is a strong system.
And you can really come up with your own numbers as far as what you think you should. I mean, you could say, well, we want to just charge $20 a year, or you could do $300. So, and it can be by document, kind of like the Deeds does, or you can do it as subscriber by a month or a year. So.
Motion to pay the bills.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to allow payment of the bills. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. What do we have for personnel?
I have, here, I have a step raise for Kimberly Ashton. She was hired on 10/30 of 2017, moving here to a county employee 2, grade 3, base pay at $21.96. She's a full-time permanent employee, and she is in the auditor's office, and it will be effective on July 2nd of 2019.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve Kimberly Atkins step raise, Jolene Wetz step raise, and Brent McNeil step raise as presented.
Second. Okay, motion and second to allow step raises. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I have one question, Chairman, there on Jolene Wetz. I was wondering how long she's been here. She's in step 3.
9 years, 4 months, 4 days.
9 years. Thank you.
6 seconds.
12
You have a
hours.
time on that one?
12 hours,
12
60
hours,
minutes.
16 minutes, 4 seconds.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion before us will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
And then Michael Magnuson, his classification change. He has, as there was a letter from John also attached. His 6 months probation is up. When he moved into the assistant foreman, and now he is moving him to the 2-shop foreman. Base or grade 1, base pay of $34.95 on July 2nd.
Motion approved.
I'll second it. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
And then the last thing I have is there's 4 volunteer fighters from the Brownsville fire department for work comp purposes only. Chad Anderson, Myrna Beck, David Moss, and Todd J. Hanson.
I'll move it to all 4.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Ken, your mic is hot, just so you're aware.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was wondering where the. Is that all personnel?
All I have, Chairman.
Travel requests,
I have none.
raffles?
We have one. There's a raffle from the South Dakota State University Alumni Association. It's the West River Jacks Alumni Chapter over in Spearfish. And the raffle will be held on July 21st, 2023.
I'll move we don't object.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second to not object to the raffle. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carried. July 3rd, 2023, declared holiday by Governor No.
Yes, we received an email on June 14th in reference that the governor is closing the county or the state offices on July 3rd, along with the UJS. We also received a letter from them, and a personnel manual says that you may also declare that. So that is why it's being brought in front of you today. You could choose to or not to.
Mr. Betty.
Just for clarity, if it is a holiday, the people that do work, if we declare it a holiday, the people that do work, like the sheriff's office, highway department, get double pay.
Double time and a half if they work, if they actually work. Yeah.
And then we have the computer systems for the state are down that day, so everybody works at kind of half speed. But
If they would have it, if they would have an issue, I don't know. Deb Trital is here too. She is one of the affected parties along with the register of deeds, you know, so I can't speak for them, so.
That's the first day the new ATV permits are supposed to be available to the public, and I have no backup here. They are supposed to be trying, I talked to Rosa, and they went to the head of Department of Revenue and got special permission to try to maybe have us to be able to try to do the new system on Friday for mail purposes only, not to give them to the public to use ahead of time, but to try to get them out to see if the system works on Friday. But I have not got confirmation that it has the system ready to go on Friday.
So what we have is all the new laws come into effect on the 1st, and she's closing state offices on the 3rd.
That's correct. And Bit's still working on it, and we don't know if the system's gonna work on the 3rd.
So basically it's the 5th then. Don't worry about it.
That's correct. Like I said, I'll know on Friday if the system, if it's gonna work. Rosa said if we're open, she would have a couple people at home on computers that we could try to get a hold of if we had issues. But if we go in and get stuck, we're stuck.
Mr. Douglas.
Well, this happens all the time. And once again, the counties get thrown under the bus. So I won't support doing it because it's in the wintertime that happens and different times it happens, and it's just a pattern here. So I just can't support it. Although I think the personnel would have a nice weekend. The process here is flawed.
Well, due to the fact that the state recognizing it and shutting down, it does create quite a hardship on our staff. So for that reason, I'll support it. But I can't make any motions.
I'll move we don't support it.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to not support. Any further discussion?
But I don't like this whole deal at all. But I guess I look at it from the fact that we're asking the staff to be here and they're not going to be able to be productive. And
Right.
From a morale standpoint, I don't think that's good, positive step for our staff to be twiddling their thumbs, thinking they're not able to do what they are trained to do. There could be somewhere else. But it's a bad deal that we're put in this position.
Mr. Douglas.
I think there's 2 departments that are affected, treasurer and register of deeds primarily. Is that fair, Brenda?
Yeah, it probably affects the sheriff's department as well, doesn't it? Sheriff?
Yep. State's attorney's office.
Yeah.
I was just thinking,
But they can work.
They can work.
They just don't have access to certain things. but they can work.
Work that day.
Planning and zoning can work. IT is on call anyway, and they can work. I mean, there's a long list of people that can work. Highway department can work. Otherwise, they're only on 2 days that week. So,
Okay, Brenda? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion before us, and Brenda, would you do a roll call, please?
Flanagan,
Aye.
Seibert,
aye.
Sleep,
Aye.
Jenny,
Nay.
Ewing.
No. Well, 3-2, it passed.
Okay.
We will not recognize.
It will be open on July 3rd.
I wish you'd make these decisions earlier than
Yeah.
Months before.
prior, except this makes no sense.
All right, next item on the agenda is automatic supplement.
We received a, check from Claims Associate in the amount of $4,786.52. This was for a deer strike, to one of the county, highway department's vehicles, and this is just putting it back into their supplies budget to pay for the bill when it. I need a motion to change, to put it.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion, go ahead.
So the deer ran into the car.
Is that what I said?
The deer struck the
It's
car.
debatable.
Well, it
Wow.
happens.
That has happened, but
I'm sorry, I just enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Further discussion.
sorry.
They were sharing the roadway.
Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Election to receive secure rural school act funding and allocation of Title II and Title III funds.
This is a yearly allocation for these funds. As you know, 80 to 85% of the funds are received by the county. 50% goes to the schools and 50% stays with the county, depending on what you elect to do. And then we have Title II funds, which stays with the federal government for special projects. And then the Title III funds, which comes back to the county, which is designated for emergencies within the national forest. And then what we have used that money for in the past is for the CWPP. We've used those funds for that in the past. So just every year we have to allocate. Last year we went 85 in Title I, 8% in Title II, and 7% in Title III.
Did that work out all right?
Mm-hmm.
Can we use the emergency funds in the forest for search and rescue?
You can if it qualifies, if it has to qualify. It's pretty tight range.
Used to be able to buy equipment and
Yeah.
things, but now they've ratcheted it down to basically it's unusable.
We bought all of the,
So that's not an emergency when you're in search and rescue?
it is, but it's just, it has to be a certain, it has to be on national forest.
It has to be an event too, or does it have to be an emergency event, or can it
Yes,
be a
it has,
preparation?
yeah,
It has to be an
yeah.
event.
We bought brush trucks.
Yeah, we bought, what, 7 of them? For every
And they
department.
decided, oh, you can't do
Yeah,
that.
it's
That's
crazy.
preventative and not actually, you have to wait till after.
Move to follow the recommendation of the auditor and distribute the money as allocated in her recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
All right. Sharpie.
Out of respect for Ken's time, I would defer to Dr. out there on the MDU issue.
Mr. Chairman, for your consideration is an application for MDU service, Public Safety and Services Center for their new, for the new service. As I referenced earlier during the bills, there is a $1,000 application fee. Ken Callahan, MDU, has graciously agreed to be present for any questions that you have. And so I think what the application would allow for, otherwise MDU did not have the ability to supply the service to the site. And so it would have been upfront cost to the county, according to my notes I checked this morning, of about $430,000 more or less. And so instead of having that upfront cost, there was through the Public Utilities Commission, there was a tariff waiver done that allows that money to be recaptured over a 10-year period. So there's increased cost per month, but you don't have that large bill up front. And so that's all part of, I think, this application to get the service started. Hopefully I stated that correctly, and I would defer to Ken or anybody else have questions.
Would you like to add to this, Ken?
You're
Ken,
muted.
Your mic's off, Ken.
Brandon had him shut it off there.
Good
Call him
job.
back.
There you are.
Brandon.
Here we go. No, I appreciate taking the time today. MDU didn't have the gas, and we were able to visit with management and go to the PUC, and they approved the surcharge. I did send Bruce a estimated bill of about $1,005 additional. The $1,000 is the application fee, and then looking at the estimated bill to recoup our costs to bill it. Just for your information, I was able to meet 2 weeks ago on a Thursday, and as soon as we receive the check, we'll be meeting the next couple weeks to run the gas line to the facility and provide gas this fall.
Bruce?
Mr. Chairman, I think it's true according to the state law or administrative rule that in such cases that other customers can't be burdened with the cost of this additional service. So at this point, I think the county bears the share of that. I think it may be true though, if other customers come online, they can use that same tap that perhaps our amount can go down over time. That big subdivision up there, for example, has decided to go on their own, I think, and put their own tap in or improve it. So we're not able to piggyback on that or the one that supports the lodge across the street.
Okay. Any further discussion on this?
And I'd be looking for a motion to authorize me to sign. This is an application or electronic application on behalf of the county.
So
Second.
we have a motion and a second to allow Bruce to sign the document. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Ken, I'll get a copy of the check, and I will later on today. I'll send you the application, and I'll forward you a copy of the check as well. Okay. If you need anything else, please let me know.
No, I received a letter here for the 1099 for the W-9, and I sent that to accounts payable. Soon as they send the W-9 to me, I will email you a copy of it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Next, by way of a Public Safety and Services Center update, I would remind the board that those that are on your committee would be Bruce, and, our auditor, Greg, Tim, and I. And I think it's quite fair to say that not a day goes by that we're not talking amongst each other, dealing with some issue. In fact, I believe it's also true to say that I am on site nearly every single day. So we're vetting issues as they're coming up. One of the issues that we have been faced with is that over the course of a rather brutal winter, the construction crew lost about 26 and a half days of working time. I can validate that having been up there and witnessed what they're going through. So there is a request coming down from RCS to request those 26 and a half days be added on to their time schedule, which I believe would have put a finishing date of August 19th or thereabouts. I would endorse their request. I think it's legitimate, and I think it's the right thing to do. So I don't know that we need a vote, but you certainly need to be advised.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the report, it says 29 and a half days, not 26 and a half.
We debated that this morning. If it is 29 and a half at this point, then I'd ask for the affirmation from the board to go ahead and make that decision. This is not likely to be the last time we'll deal with this type of issue with another winter between us and when the building is scheduled to be completed.
A follow-up. Don't we normally estimate a number of days during the winter that they would be down?
If memory serves me, and I think that it does, Commissioner, we allowed, for that specific reason, we allowed RCS to pick the date. But again, I don't know what their calculus was. All I know is that at this point, they feel they lost 26 and a half when I last spoke with them, but if it's 29 and a half as of today, then so be it. I see no reason to dispute it.
You don't have to say, it's not really before you, I think it's more of a heads up that the request is coming. And there will be a change order coming at some point sooner or later as well. And so we'll get into more details of that when the time comes.
Do we want the minutes to reflect that we were informed that that date has changed?
It can.
What is the date?
Commissioner Jennings, you had a,
Initially, the date was August 19th. 26, 29 and a half days beyond August 19th.
Sometime in September.
I believe last time you were here, you talked about working some Saturdays to try to make up some of those days. And are they deducting those days? Because I think it was 26 then.
It was 26.
And then they were going to work some Saturdays. So it seems like that number would be getting smaller if they're picking up those days.
I think that would be a fair assumption on our part, but I don't pay their salary bill. I don't know how they're trying to balance their own books. It's a legitimate question. But I think some of those Saturdays had to do largely with trying to squeeze pours for concrete in between weather. So,
Commissioner David?
So when they're complete, does that mean you're open for business, or is there another time frame where you're moving in?
we're planning to move in and planning that process to move in even as we speak. So I look to have the keys to the building proverbially and be moving in immediately.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think there's going to be much of a delay.
We don't want to be moving in November and December.
We can't have much of a delay regardless of what.
Okay, any further discussion on that item? And it is reflected in the minutes as well. Okay, go ahead, Bruce.
Mr. Chairman, so I put up on the screen, the part in yellow, that parcel is where the facility is going. Off to the right is a separate parcel owned by Larissa Properties. And about a year or so ago, the owners of that property approached us about getting access to the property. Now, as of about a couple of weeks ago, there's a possible sale of that piece of ground, and there's a 90-day closing on it. The person interested in buying it has approached us last week, and I had a meeting yesterday with him and his lawyer again about getting access. And so I would propose that maybe one or two commissioners, the sheriff and myself, would be appointed for further discussions with these folks to try to see if we can lay out an easement, being very mindful of, I think, the sheriff's concerns for security, and then also not to burden the property for the future in terms of building sites.
Question for council, if I may.
Go ahead.
The parcel in question is in the city limits, correct?
No.
It's not. So it still qualifies for the isolated tracts statute if we do not act on it.
I think it has enough acreage, but I think the statute talks about it being, I'm paraphrasing, reasonably contemplated for use for subdivision. And, you look at that, and I don't know how much subdivision could happen there. But yes, it is in the
So
county.
if we don't do something, in essence, it would come back to us probably with that request.
It could, yes. And you can see, if I may, there's an existing trail here that they would like to try to get to one way or another. Very reasonable and very good to deal with, so I think we can probably come up with something. And I should add that the architect and the general contractor are both aware of this issue. We reminded them of it again yesterday. I think the architect was going to talk to the civil engineers and try to identify any issues in terms of having vehicles go across service lines or anything like that. So we're trying to be comprehensive in our approach. So if anybody would be interested, or if it's your inclination.
Commissioner Diver, are you volunteering as one?
Yeah, I'll be a part of it.
Anyone else?
I can do it.
Okay, got Commissioner Diver, Commissioner Jennings, and I assume the sheriff and Bruce will look into this?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to Commissioner Divert's request, I'm offering my understanding of what took place down at Spearfish with the flooding. it certainly hit fast. I, like everybody else in this room, I lived here a long time. I'm not sure that I've witnessed something hit that fast and be that centrally located. It wasn't just spearfish, it was a portion of spearfish. And it created a mountain of issues in a very short period of time. In terms of the sheriff's office, as soon as I became aware of the problem, which was quite early on, I had our chief deputy page out what amounted to be about half the department. In those types of situations, you don't want the whole department because you got to have somebody to relieve those folks when storms continue. So about half the department was out working and the other half was on standby, waiting for that second storm to come in a couple hours later to see if we needed them. So we primarily we dispersed initially to help what was going on in Spearfish City proper, and then I ordered the deputies out into the county area to hit those areas of our county that I know from years of experience would typically have an issue with flooding. The south end of the county was, I would say, marginally safe at that point. That was just from spearfish, to use a phrase, downstream, that we had most of the problems.
Okay. Representative Fisher, are you here for this topic as well?
I'm just interested in what your plans are.
Okay, I didn't have you on the agenda, so I didn't want to be rude and not.
I'm just observing, actually.
Okay.
And it was nice to hear from the sheriff that he had deputies out trying to assist. I think that's wonderful. So thank you very much for that.
Okay.
I am concerned, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where these residents are going to move to. And some of them have pets, some of them have belongings. We don't know where they're going to store their belongings. And I toured the buildings yesterday, and there's no way that you can live in these buildings. Yeah.
Commissioner Diver.
Well, thank you. And I want to echo some of Representative Fitzgerald's concerns. Representative Odenbach, Representative Fitzgerald, Mayor Senden, and myself were trying to get information yesterday. I actually went into the city into a meeting and listened, and we have a whole bunch of volunteers that really want to help. We have a lot of good things going on, but we don't have a center point of contact. So as a commissioner, I would request that we have the emergency manager get in touch with Spearfish, talk to them about what their plan is to handle all these requests, who their point of contact is, and report to the commissioners. Because right now you dial 211. Have you ever done that? And we have people that my brother was in one of the apartments that got damaged, so I know a little more about it than I want to. But we have all these people displaced. We have some people from the other private apartments staying at BH. Some of them don't have anything left. One guy lost his car and all his belongings. And so I'm getting calls by other legislators in the state saying, what can we do to help, where we send money? And we don't have one single point of contact. And so I would ask that the emergency management try to coordinate with the city and get that information so the sheriff can share it with people and other people can share it. And we just don't have that organization as of yesterday.
Barb had her hand up, so can you add to this, Barb?
Paul was actually meeting with the mayor at 7 a.m. this morning to figure out what they're going to be doing, and he did say that he will let you guys know what has come about that meeting as soon as they're done.
Okay. Bruce?
And just so everybody knows, this is in the context, I believe, the tree houses in Spearfish that got flooded and some of the folks that lived there were displaced. Is that?
About 48 units are not habitable.
I don't know if everybody knows that.
Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, the Red Cross will be here Thursday and Friday, and then they'll be at the senior center taking applications. All that they're doing to me and the apartments are long-term fixes. And to me, we need some immediate action. These people just need somebody to call. Everybody's talking about asset management and damage, but they haven't factored in the human element. And there was a lot of stories, people rescuing other people in the apartments, rescuing people. So they've been through a lot. We just need to get organized and help them.
Okay.
We need to take care of the critical needs first. and
That's
then
right.
move on.
Yeah, very good. Yep.
Okay, anything further?
I'd like to throw this out there, just so everybody's aware though. In addition to dealing with where the deputies were going, one of the first calls that I made when I became aware of the severity of the situation was to our emergency manager, and he and I were in contact over the course of that evening a number of times. And in fact, for a good portion of it, he was standing right next to me trying to help people get out of their house. Paul was on scene and was actively working in his. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Brenda, it looks like we're back to you now.
Okay.
Order declaring Paradise Acres Road District Incorporated and subject to a vote.
Yes, we received the petitions for the Paradise Acres Road District. And before you today is we need to make a motion to declare the area incorporated and subject to vote. If this goes through, the election would be on August 18th from 10 to 11.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you. I just need to have you sign this.
Mr. May.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
See ya.
I was here.
Oh, you.
That's the weekend, Justin.
Yeah,
How was your Friday night?
pretty good. I wasn't doing anything.
John did his normal summary, added additional wording there, it's kind of on the screen. Very helpful.
Yes. I love this document.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Put some pictures into this time. Huh?
Yeah.
Even better
Yeah,
yet.
this is Beacon, what we talked about, the new county for the GIS.
We'll get a bunch of permits for utility and approaches here today. The first one I have here is for Bear Butte Valley Water. This is to service a single residence up on the Whitewood Valley Road. They're gonna bore and push a water line under the road. It will be, all of the boring and excavating will be outside of the right of way, so there should be minimal impact to anything that we have. So I would approve that we recommend approval of this.
Move to follow recommendation and approve the utility permit 162723.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
The second utility permit is for MDU, and this is for along the North Rochford Road, and this will service the newest edition of the Powder House Pass. It's going to be extension of the gas line they've already installed last year. They have to go another quarter of a mile. So it's going to be far enough off the road. They've kept this utility's been as far off the right of way as anything in this project. So I recommend we do this as well. Approve it with $1,000 application fee.
I think that's.
Motion to follow recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Follow the recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, I noticed that the next two approaches are indirectly involved with me, so I'm going to abstain. But I am available for questions.
These both are, we can do them both at once. They're for Deer Mountain Village. These are actually both existing approaches. They've been there for years, but they're now going from the one that used to service the top of the chairlift on Deer Mountain, and the other one's just a field approach. So the only difference now would be, of course, traffic would be increased because of these approaches. But both of them, as long as the speed limit stays the same, they're well within the sight distance for the speed limit. They're doing a lot of work up there expanding these for this development. They're doing a nice job. The roads are
meet all the standards. I recommend that we approve them, provided the speed limit stays the same.
I'll move we follow recommendation. Second, keep the speed limits the same.
Okay, we're doing both of them. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Okay. Four Bears, this is down off the Wildburger Road. They own a piece of commercial property just north of that electric transfer station, power station there. And it's 3/4 acre lot, and they want to make it a parking lot for the overflow of residents or the season or the weekend visitors to the Apple Springs development. They do need to have a culvert, and I recommend that they extend it or to get rid of the slope on the Wildburger Road. It's pretty steep where they want to put this. So for this approach to work, we need to kind of smooth out the slope of the Wildburger Road. I believe that should be done at their expense. They've agreed to that. And for the speed limit of that road, they got plenty of sight distance. I would recommend approving this.
Commissioner Diver?
So to the south is the power station. Do they come off our road or do they come through the subdivision?
The power station comes off of our road.
I see on the diagram that Miles Cooper Court has, it looks like a lane to service this lot.
The 20-foot wide easement, for what reason, I don't know. The contractor I met with has no idea what that's there for. It's not really wide enough to make a road. It certainly wouldn't be wide enough for trailer traffic and parking.
So a Wildburger is a county road.
Correct.
And we're stacking approaches in there, three of them with the substation, stagecoach trail, and this new one, right?
That's right. The substation, of course, is not widely used, I guess. It's more of a pull out. It's fenced. It is an approach though.
Go ahead.
Somewhere in this area, and it may be that lot, one of those was intended to go to the public for possible fire hall. You know, did any of that ever come into fruition? It's either the electric one or that lot.
You know,
If you remember that.
I'm going in the Wayback Machine, and I remember that. I don't remember what lot it was.
It was along the Wildburger Road, and it was one of the first ones.
And that could very well be right. And no, I know of no plans to do that.
We may need to go back and do that because that lot may have been dedicated to or promised to the county for
I remember that. Yes.
emergency services.
Is there a big hurry on this?
No, or not for me. I mean, maybe for the contractor.
I would move to continue this to the next meeting till we get all the background.
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second to continue this to the next meeting. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Touch base with Amber and have to look that up.
The next one is across the road onto the Bauer Road. This was an existing field approach that Terry and Gail Johnson would like to improve it to a commercial approach to service their micro wedding venue. No culvert would be required, and the site distance is good for the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit.
The wedding venue is up for discussion again today, so.
Yes. Well, I would only recommend approval of this if it was passed to be a wedding venue or some sort of event complex, I guess. Other than that, I mean, the approach that's there is just what it is.
I'd like to table this till after we have the plan and zoning items. Revisit it then.
Second.
And with that being said, Mr. Chairman, your recommendation would be to approve if we approve that?
Correct.
Okay. So.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second to delay on this one until after the public hearings that we have a little later today. All those in favor of that motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And the last
approach permit. This is for a private approach, and this is for Mr. Robinson. He's down on the Maitland Road. He does not own the property where the approach is gonna be, but he has secured, and I have a copy of the driveway easement agreement with Dakota Gold Holdings. The site distance on this one is the issue. It's got plenty of site distance to the north, but to the south, it's a little limited because of some trees as far as being able to see. I did speak with him. He's gonna, the owner of the property where the trees are, he was going to contact him about removing trees. I told him that we would not remove the trees from them. Some of them are in our right of way, but not all of them. I recommended that he gets with his neighbor to work out a deal for getting rid of the trees. And I told him I would recommend the approval of this approach contingent on the removal of those trees to improve that site distance.
Okay, Chairman, will the county be responsible for future tree maintenance then on that corner, or is that a concern?
It is not a concern of mine. The trees that are there, the majority of the trees that are there that he's got to remove for site distance are very small, jack pines, nothing to remove. But there is one large tree. It's just that one I believe to be in our right of way, but like many of our roads, there's a lot of trees in our right of way in the forest. We don't get rid of all of them, but once that tree's gone, I don't think there's going to be anything there to grow for a while. And as far as maintenance and keeping that up, I don't think that's going to be an issue, nor do I think we should keep that site distance.
Mr. Flanagan.
I have a question for Mr. Alker. If we require someone to remove trees and it happens to be in our right of way and he drops it on the road, what's our exposure?
I think we would have potential exposure. We want to be very careful with that. Or drop it on somebody else.
Driver?
Since this is a right of way and not a tract, the owner actually owns the underlying rights. Does that change your opinion?
I think it's a complicated question.
One of those depend questions.
It does depend.
So to Commissioner Flanagan's point, this guy, is he going to hire a professional to do this?
That was my recommendation, that he hired it out. He asked if we would do it. I told him no. I don't want to be involved in this.
So follow up to legal counsel. If we had somebody that's qualified and insured,
We charged him.
and charged him for that,
Yes.
and so do we want to approve this with the condition that we approve who's removing the tree?
Or defer to John to do that. That probably would be the best scenario, is for us to hire somebody and then bill back the landowner. That's my thought. Open for discussion.
Well, if they got somebody that was qualified,
Could be,
John could
yes.
use this discretion.
Getting like a tree removal.
Yeah.
I would like to go a little further, though. I would certainly like, being that he doesn't own the property, I want to hear from the people that do own the property. They live in Iowa. I'm all for this approach. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of options where to put this approach, but the trees are a problem. I mean, I'll do everything I can do to facilitate it.
Well, it's chicken and the egg. Why would he hire a contractor till he knew the approach would come if he did the work? And why would he approach his neighbor unless he knew that he's going to have preliminary approval of the approach, right?
Correct.
So.
And that is what I told him. I would approve it contingent upon the removal of the trees. How we get to the tree removal, I guess, is a different story. The approach.
I would move to follow the recommendation of the highway superintendent and approve the approach permit, giving him full discretion on protecting the county on the tree removal.
You all right with that, John?
Yes, absolutely.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. That cleaned up the approach permits, John?
That's it. That's it for the approach permits. I do have these, a couple of these. Our signing or our striping agreement that I need to have signed.
I've got copies here, John.
You do?
Yep.
You don't need these.
I don't think so.
Mr. Chairman, do you need a motion to that effect?
Yes, we do.
Move to sign the striping agreements with the DOT as presented.
I'll second it. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And I don't, this is already signed. I think this is just copy.
Oh, okay.
We do need to, I did get, that's for our, that master traffic plan study. And I have got an email from the state. They were wanting to put together, you know, the study advisory team. So if you guys would like to put a little thought into that, we put somebody from planning and zoning on it, self, and then maybe a couple of you guys.
Okay.
I don't think we want more than a couple. I don't think we want to have to do a forum every time we do it. So you guys think about it and let me know. If you just shoot me an email. They gave me a couple of weeks to come up with some sort of a team on our behalf, and they're going to take target from the state's side. So.
All right.
I could do that one. Participate.
Okay, you got one right there.
Yeah, one already signed up. Good enough. I don't
guess
even.
I could volunteer as well.
All right. We'll do it then.
We're done.
Just let us know when and where and what.
Yeah, you know, this is a 24 project anyway. It'll be a
Okay.
while. They might start on it this year, I think. I don't.
It's 3 days a week, isn't it? Every week.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
4 hours a day. My guy, did we approve his raise? Okay.
Yep.
Happy for that. And I guess if you guys don't have anything for me, that's all I have for you.
Check your pictures up there, John.
Oh yeah, they're pretty
That's
awesome.
my house in the middle of the road.
We had a lot of water come down. I don't know. I'm gonna go there now. We got another
It's a mobile home.
potential up there. It sounds like the developments up behind this were flooded and their culverts plugged, and that's what caused this big backup of water. I got some pictures last night sent to me of another one is currently filled, and they were gonna pump it. They were gonna start pumping yesterday afternoon, and throughout the evening, they brought in some big 6-inch pumps. They rented out a rapid, and they're gonna try to pump it down. Because I guess we had one of those roads failed, and that's what washed down our road. So, and our paving project, they got that. The 2-inch lift is done. It's nice. They did a really fantastic drive as well. So I'm guessing today, if the weather holds out, they're going to start on the second lift, and they're planning to be done with that on the 4th of July.
Wow.
And our bridge project, that's where we are with that. They're jackhammering the deck, the northbound deck, and they're going to start patching that, and they'll pour that side of the bridge on in the near future. I don't have any confirmed dates when that's going to happen, but they are getting along pretty well.
This is also Nemo Road down.
That's the
Down by-
rehab project is south of the benchmark.
How's the St. Ange Bridge coming? Did the water cause that?
No, we had no water there. It was very, very minimal. And they do have the piling started on the south bridge, so
Okay.
they're coming along.
Mr. Nyberg.
Well, first of all, I wanted to say how good a job you guys did during the storm.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
that
Pass that
road-
on to everybody.
Roads were open right away. Secondly, it's a question with both you and the auditor in the room. On your item 12 on bills, with these federal grants, we pay and then are reimbursed, which is different than the direct grants from the state, right? Do we have the funds available and allocated to pay these? And then when we get,
They budget for that, and then I also estimate the revenue when it comes in as well. So yeah, it's accounted for.
so when we get it back, do we have to reassign it at that time? Any action, just take care of it?
It just goes right back into his road and bridge fund.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thanks for your patience.
Anything else, John?
I'm good.
I had one question, if I might. The guy approached me on during your Nemo Road and going up to the County Road on the Marion Estes Road.
Correct.
And for some reason, I thought it's probably asphalt or perpendicular deal hitting Nemo Road from the Marion Estes. But he was wondering if we didn't asphalt the corner like this. I thought it would be great for if you don't do that, do you?
Well, we're gonna asphalt whatever existing radius is there. We're not adding anything to that area. We're going to the cattle guard. We're just, where the approach comes off of the Nemo Road, we're extending that all the way to the cattle guard. It's always been a problem area for us as far as keeping that little short stretch of gravel. It's always had washboards. It's on an incline. And so I think we are extending another 400 feet of asphalt there just to get us up to the top of that hill so we can alleviate the issues of washboards on that little stretch.
Well, before you asphalt it, was this corner part of the road there, or was it just done by people using it?
I don't know what corner he's referring to. I don't think there's anything different there that's ever been. It seems like it's all right. That's where they just did some utility work. That's where that SDN just installed fiber optics down in that area. Maybe that's what you see.
Could be. And I think the suggestion was that they had a turning lane onto the Merritt access road.
Mike Whelan's the one that's.
Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah, there was never any plans or anything in the plans to have a turning lane, nor is there anything happening now. The only thing that was going on in that corner was some SDN doing some fiber optic work. But yeah, we're just kind of asphalting what was there. The approach was already, I think the approach was, around 50 feet long, and we added another 400 just to get us to that cattle guard.
Well, if you're asphalting what was there, apparently there's dirt or whatever on the rounded corner rather than the perpendicular corners.
I'll look at it. I don't remember anything extra there or anything, but we're gonna asphalt whatever existing radiuses are there will be re-asphalt.
That'd be good. Thank you.
And should there be a turning lane there? I think that was the question.
I don't know. We probably, the way our traffic counts are going, we should have a lot of turning lanes. We don't, and the Nemo Road's fairly narrow as far as asphalt roads go. It's narrow and the ditches are deep. It would take a lot more than just piling up some dirt and putting some asphalt there to make a turning. It would require a little more work, which in this, as far as what we've done so far and the engineering that was done on this asphalt project, nothing was taken into account for that.
Okay. Thank you. We're gonna take a 5-minute break.
You just have to do what you're gonna do.
Sorry, Brad.
All right.
Right.
Your calls.
No, we're early anyway. We're 3 minutes early. What's the problem?
Excellent scheduling.
We'll see.
You guys have a wonderful day.
We're gonna have I think we're gonna have a big gap in here between the 10:30 or the 10.
We've got
10:30, yeah.
I did mention to you, you came in late, Rebecca Mann, the lawyer, represents the county on our 2 various federal lawsuits, is going to be here in person too for executive session. So very exciting.
2 lawsuits?
Oh, yeah. One's in the jail, and the other one is the personnel. We have 2. Oh, yeah.
Are we listed in on the jail one, or is it the sheriff?
Well, no, not you, sheriff and one of the jailers.
All right. I've got a clean record until I became a senator. Two actions against me as a senator and one as a commissioner.
We still have a warrant out for you.
That's next reward.
That's next.
That reward.
So property.
Evaluate. Yeah, I know evaluations on here, but that's not because of that. It's because of the software. We're just trying to get it to. There's a lot to this in the sense that too, the imagery is big. I think that's part of the reason it's slowing down. I don't know, but yeah. Anyway, it is another possibility, another vendor that has been working with a lot of the bigger counties in the state that's been talked to at the conference 2 weeks ago, the center conference. And it seems to work out really well for them. And we use a lot of the same, the photometry imagery we use and all that kind of stuff. So and it's a little more, there's a possibility of maybe getting taxes online, be able to pay them and see them and everything. So it cut down on costs. Good. It would be good. So there's some advantages to it. But in the meanwhile, we need to get our old one up and tamper with it.
So that's part of what the bigger discussion was here.
Yeah.
If they have an NGO.
Yeah. And it was already budgeted and everything. It's basically what we were paying the vendor before. So,
Because I can look at the interpretive map on the county website, but it gives you a lot of information as far as ownership and parcel size and all that, but it doesn't give you valuation.
and that's just something that you work out with. You download from the software and figure out how to get that. So they can do it. They have a lot of information in there. I mean, it's just haven't any software will try to figure out how to do it.
Take a look and see. I haven't looked at it in quite a while.
Yeah, it's different from the last one.
Okay.
And so on the other one,
I remember that.
that's what I read. I think it would be easier to do one. It's so map based. You would actually just enter in. Information. And so my people, we'll see. We're gonna try to start.
Yeah, this, Brandon, I'll look into this, but the only thing that I saw was the possible, that lot was used as like a little mall area.
I just
That's the only thing I remember there.
discussion.
Remember how Pat's talked about it,
This was.
Different chairman.
Planning and zoning,
Yeah.
they do.
cause I didn't see anything.
Oh, that old stuff. We're
Is
still on.
there a drawing
We have to
that
put
I
up with
looked
this
at?
mean woman again.
What's his name, the other guy, the previous owner.
Miss Brett, we'll start out with you when everybody gets back in the room.
Okay. Sort of thing right on that corner. Of Wildberger Road and the highway.
Right, but this would have been in just a little ways. We talked about the little satellite fire hall on it.
This lot is not.
It may have been.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, yeah. I think so. Yeah. I should go around and ask all the employees though. Am I working out for you? I don't know.
But there was another piece between.
Yeah, yeah.
And.
I think overall.
I haven't said that yet. According to what we just saw.
So Uncle Bob had about that much water.
Oh, geez.
We are back. Come back into session, Miss Brett. The floor is yours.
Okay, and I'm not sure which one you have first.
You tell us.
Oh, okay. So let's start out with the claim jumpers one. It's a mobile home owned by Jimmy Walton. Actually, Waldeck Properties. But anyway, so this one, the mobile home was actually moved to Wounded Knee in August of 21, and we didn't realize it. Usually we get the notification from, there was just, for some reason, we didn't get the notification that this one had moved. And so he's asking for 2 years. So he would be asking for the taxes paid this year and the taxes paid next year. Basically.
Has he paid the taxes this year? First half?
So I think that's why he came in. I don't remember if he paid the taxes this year. I think he did.
For the first half?
Yeah.
So do we write him a check back? Is
Correct.
that unusual?
Recommendation?
Oh, since it hasn't been there for 2 years, I'd recommend
Have a recommendation.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Follow recommendation. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. The next one is for
I can't go this is back on camera.
Tim, is it Grinsteiner? He has a piece of property here in Deadwood. It's a, and I actually have a map of it, so you can kind of see. I just have a couple copies. Sorry, I only need 4, but
That's
you kind
right.
of,
We can share.
yeah.
Richard and I sure have
So
shared
this is
before.
a piece of property that
Won't take each other too much.
Mr. Grinsteiner got from the city of Deadwood basically for free. It runs right along the road, and honestly, I went to go look at it, and it just goes from the road down to the other person's property in a slope. And the only part that was any value is right by the road up there is for 1 or 2 parking spots. We had been valuing at a full value lot, just like anybody else, and it really does not have any sort of site whatsoever.
Not a building site.
No.
It's like you might be able to get a storage shed, maybe.
Maybe if they decided not to park the cars there.
Your recommendation?
I'm recommending definitely to lower it to a secondary value so that it's not valued with a site.
Motion to follow recommendation approved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval, recommendation. All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Those are just for taxes payable next week. Okay, thank you, Brett.
I guess I have some duplicate address.
Nope, it's all
Thank you,
yours.
Brett.
All right, Mr. Chairman, we're
They make
going
good
to
targets.
appear for OHG on Thursday for one of our only tax appeal.
Okay.
This property on Optima Road, it's the one that's a bare lot that they're claiming they don't have access to and want a significant reduction in their setback.
Yes, well, valued at 48,000 this year, it was valued at 12,000 year before. 6 acres. Okay, so
Good morning, Amber.
Morning.
It's time for your show.
Okay,
Public hearing was, you got 10 minutes.
we got public hearings, so I don't really know. I don't know if I can move anything ahead.
Doesn't look like it.
Is the 11 a.m.
Final,
going to be
the
here?
final plat. So,
At 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah,
We
final
can do
plat.
the 10 o'clock shining dawn element.
They're planning
Oh,
on
they're
being
being
here and they're
Okay.
driving here to be here for it, so.
Okay.
we should probably wait.
Commissioners,
How about the 11
Brenda,
o'clock?
do you want to talk
Yeah,
about the budget
I
workshop?
can do that. The 10:15. I do have your budget books here, for your studying pleasure this next couple of weeks. We will hold the, budget discussion on the afternoon of July 11th and the 25th. We have to have the preliminary budget set by the end of July so that I can publish it in the paper in August. And we'll have our first public hearing on that on the first meeting in September, which is September 5th. And it has to be approved, the actual final budget has to be approved by August 1st.
So we go through the first one, the next meeting.
I'm going to be gone the next week.
If you have any concerns, I don't know if you have any questions for me as far as that. Looking at the figures, just preliminary figures, and the assessed value that we have preliminary for this year, the levy has gone down, and that's just with no cuts or anything, which is with everything submitted as it is. It's down. I think it's at 3.2 last year, 3.1. I'm just throwing in the preliminary figures as of now.
Could we switch it to the 10th or something like that to accommodate Bob's absence?
Well, I'm going to be gone the 9th, 10th, and 11th.
I see.
Of July?
Back till the 12th.
July.
I don't want to mess you guys up. This is something I've got a funeral I have to go to, so, in Colorado.
Bob, question, if I may?
Yes.
Chairman. Are we doing anything on the budget in August?
No. Just the preliminary, I'll publish the preliminary budget in the paper in August. And then we'll have the public hearing for the budget on that first meeting in September.
So
I mean, you could talk about it if you wanted
So
to.
most of the heavy lifting is going to be on
in
the
July, 11th and the 25th. The 11th, normally you guys go through it, and then if you want to meet with individual departments, then we set those up for the 25th. That way, then, that they have like you want to meet with me or planning and zoning or
usually highway and the sheriff.
and,
Mr. Chairman, what I'm alluding to is we have one meeting scheduled in August. I wanted to make sure that's still adequate. So we've got the two people in the room, I think, right now. Is that good for you with one meeting,
As long as
Amber?
you don't change the date. Because right now, we moved our planning and zoning meeting from that Thursday to that Monday, August 1st, or Tuesday. So our P and Z meeting is actually gonna be August 1st. So then that still allows me enough, that 10-day notice window if I have to, for your meeting in August.
So our meeting is on the 22nd, not the 10th, not the 15th. Okay.
right.
Originally the 15th, now the
So-
22nd.
So that's almost a month between meetings, and that's not going to upset the bills.
We already have authority to pay any utilities. You've given us that authority, so, yeah, so we always keep the utilities. up
Thank you,
no
Mr.
matter
Chairman.
what.
If we were going to schedule something, I want to do it.
So that's all I have, unless you have any other questions for me. Just don't forget to take your budget book,
Mr. Chairman.
because Eric said he won't remind me.
Just-
You need two, one for each side.
Agenda for July 11th. Looks like you might be able to start your discussion before lunchtime. I think some of the public hearings and some of the more controversial things won't come up until the 25th.
The 25th is gonna be
25th will be a tough day.
Don't you guys mess anything up so I come back to work and stuff.
No guarantees there.
Right back at you.
Well, I guess we just kind of be in limbo here for 4 minutes and.
So just since I'm new here, what happens on the 25th then? That's the tougher day.
Well, we possibly are
So
going
then
to
you
have
have
some public hearings for planning and zoning. That was all. That it's going to be a
We just have a lot of
busy
them
That's-
that day.
That's the
Yeah, but then you
anticipated
turn
gravel
around in
pit
the
public
afternoon.
hearing.
I thought you were here last week.
That date.
He probably
It was. We didn't have 2 gravel pits going.
Yeah, we have
That's-
travel for that day.
It'll probably be
But
those
I'm
things.
gone that day.
Oh, wait a
I'm
minute.
over
Oh,
here
that's
on the
right.
25th.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
the 11th.
No,
We-
no, July
The only
25th is I
disadvantage
put
is we
everything
have to put
at,
them in the
yeah, we meet July 6th.
overflow
So in order
knowledge.
to,
I didn't want to.
no, July
Yeah.
25th.
But if it's
is what-
recorded,
we
it's
have to.
recorded.
I will
to
have,
listen to.
yeah.
You're just on 25th.
It'll be on
Oh.
our YouTube channel.
Well, so if
Can't
he's
look at it
gone,
live.
you can't vote.
Yep.
One of
See,
the
Well, you
gravel
could actually.
Is that a 2/3 thing?
have a Zoom link, so
It's
if
not-
you're
It's not,
wherever you're at,
we're not
Yeah.
busy.
if you're not, but I mean, you could log in.
Traditionally
and
used
listen.
permits.
We don't run a list.
Some counties do.
Those are the
Gary, you're gonna
unappealable.
be gone the 25th.
Those are the unappealable that we're talking about.
Mayor Board of
And
Adjustment.
I gotta recuse myself on what?
So there's an online option, or you may have to continue it until August.
Well, if you're gonna, I'd rather not hold a public hearing and then make you continue it again. If that's the case, let's just schedule accordingly and we just put them off. That's another month.
But I
Then
think
we
that's,
have to watch the
it'd probably be
45-day
at the
window.
applicant's discretion.
Yeah.
Because I think there's too many, I think we have to see within 30 days, don't we?
Within 45 days of the plan and zoning, isn't it?
Recommendation. That's for you, so.
The CEPs are the same way.
Is it 45 then
I
from
think
their
it's 45
recommendation?
So you won't have the recommendation from them until the.
No.
Hmm.
Be the 25th.
We would have that recommendation from their meeting.
Yeah, no, we'll have the recommendation on the 6th.
Well,
Planning and
When
zoning.
I present it to you though.
Be the 11th.
Oh, so it starts at that date, not when they make their.
I don't have it on.
Oh, it's the 25th. I'm
So
sorry.
they wouldn't receive it till the
Okay.
25th and you have 45 days.
From the receiving.
To make the
From that
decision.
date, yeah. Or I could ask the applicants. We have 2 members, one that can't vote, one that is gonna be gone on the 25th. Would it be better off to schedule it for August? I mean, I can give them that option and see what they would rather do. Because I think if they say we would rather wait, then I can schedule
That's
it
what I'm saying,
automatically and
instead of-
not have it on the 25th, but I'd rather get that out there to the public.
Yeah, you'll want to
Now-
ask them. Give them
So
the
if you would
option.
like me to do that, I can reach out to the applicants and we could ask them actually on Thursday. And just say, do you want us to schedule it for this day, this is what we have going on, or would you rather wait till August?
We've got a question for the 11th. Do we want lunch? Do we want Earl sandwich, or we want the sheriff to cater?
It's up to you. You've had the sheriff bring lunch over, right? I think he kind of likes doing that.
We could do Earl sandwich on the 25th.
Yeah,
and
since
could
we
do-
have all these
could do-
lawsuits pending, maybe we should eat some jail
Right?
fruit.
Smart.
Just in case, just get ready, get used to it.
Yeah, sheriff will be back later on
it's
today,
worth the
so maybe we can visit about it then.
You too.
Me? I haven't
You're
done
not
anything.
listed.
You know, I think it's a good idea right now and then to do that. Just
I don't even
I'd like to
know
say
you.
he
I don't
likes
even
to-
know you.
to show that it's,
Good job.
you're really getting in trouble today.
Yeah, well, I'm asleep. My horoscope said it would be a crappy day, so I may as well make them nice rather than liars.
Yes.
It's a great day.
Kennedy's birthday.
Is it?
We would schedule.
It's hard day.
Yes, it is. Very hard.
Oh, yeah.
How old
That's
was she? How old would she be?
Oh, she was born in 08. She'd be 15.
15.
Kennedy.
15. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, my clock says 9:15.
We're missing Bob.
Who's the most important?
Just jump
part?
over there and start
We're
without it, would
missing
you?
Bob. I don't know if it's Bob or Bruce. Disappearing. Okay.
Geez, we thought we were gonna have to call search and rescue.
Alright,
We ready for the
ready?
hearing?
Yes. This one is a public hearing for Dave and Jeremy Elsom. This is a possible change of zoning from A2 to Park Forest, which makes sense in this area. It probably should have been Park Forest to begin with, but it was ag to begin with. It's abuts up next to Park Forest across the road, and then rural residential right on the side. And originally they tried coming in with just an 8-acre parcel, and as part of that, I determined that even going to Park Forest, you can't subdivide an 8-acre lot, so it wouldn't work. So then he asked his son to join in, so now they have 16 acres, which can be divided into 3 lots, and they are trying to create a lot for, I guess it'd be Dave's daughter, Jeremy's sister. So they're trying to create one more lot in there. And originally, at the planning and zoning public hearing, the one neighbor had some concerns with it. And at that meeting, originally the P&Z board had said work with, try to come up to some sort of an agreement that everybody was happy with. So they waited for a month. They came to an agreement. The neighboring landowner sent an email, which is attached in here, that just said, we came to an agreement and we're comfortable with everything, because there was some, they don't really have an HOA, but kind of amongst the group up there. So they came to an agreement, everything seemed to be okay, and then planning and zoning board recommended approval, staff recommended approval, and then this will go through plating through the city of Spearfish, because it's right there. So.
Okay, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone in the body of the audience who would like to speak for or against, we would ask you to stand up, state your name and your address for the record, and give us your thoughts.
I'm Marla Elsom. I'm Dave's wife.
Okay.
He asked me to come to be here.
What's your address, Marla?
2025 Lone Tree Lane in Spearfish.
Okay, thank you.
Or you need to come up there or I'm
You're okay.
Yeah, you're fine right there.
Unless you have anything to add. I know Dave and I talked, and
everyone has agreed. All we're doing is trying to make a place for my daughter. She's moved home, so our whole family would be there, and we'd like to have a home there for her.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else like to speak for or against? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and offer it back to the board for discussion. This is the first reading, so there'll be no action taken today. Commissioner Liebert.
So if you go through the criteria for the rezone, the water source is individual wells, individual septic sewer, and the access is off the county road, and there's not a problem with that.
Well, plating, obviously John would approve the plat, but it sounds like it'll be existing driveway. They'll just split off from it. So I'm trying to think of the
other criteria.
Yeah, I don't foresee any other issues with that, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Then we have the next, we'll see this again on the 11th. At what time?
I
We have
don't
that
know.
scheduled yet?
9:15.
I think it's at 9:15. Yeah, I think Bruce kind of pulled it ahead. Yep.
All right. Okay, well, we're ahead again. We've got to wait till 9:30 for the next public hearing. I see that our emergency manager is here. You want to brief us on your meeting you had this morning? We did have some, it's not on the agenda, but we did have discussion on it due to the fact it was kind of a emergency in Spearfish over this past week. I think it's necessary that we follow up on it.
The two major areas that were impacted by the water were 3 apartment buildings up at by Dorset, Oak and Redwood, and I can't think.
Willow, I think.
Willow, maybe, yeah. And up to 60 residents up there. And then on 415 North 7th, Brookview, across from Fiddler's. And there's 4 apartments there that were totally submerged. And I was at that one first. Then we went to exit 10 for the house out there. I met with the mayor this morning because that seems to be where we're having Rand has done on record that he'll take care of the 4 that were in those apartments of his. Red Cross has been with me to all of the areas except that house at exit 10 so far. They're kind of taking the lead on arranging a meeting for the people up at Dorset. On Thursday and Friday, they're going to have open the senior center. They're going to come in there. Red Cross is going to explain options. Black Hill State has offered up to 60 rooms for people to move in there. Well, that's only a temporary. The housing evergreen is the management. They've been looking for places to put these people. They've only come up with about 5 options. Rentals are not that available. The other problem that arises from evergreen is that they are either HUD or USDA. So that makes them ineligible for FEMA. They have to either contact USDA or HUD to come from that angle. If they were even totally private, it doesn't reach the threshold for FEMA. So I've been in contact with the office back and forth. Go ahead.
Not to interrupt, but I don't know if you've touched base with Lawrence County Housing. They're the ones that handle HUD.
Yeah,
I can give
she
you
was
some
at the
contact.
meeting.
Was she there? Okay.
She was at the meeting.
Good.
And so we had about 18 people at that meeting. Red Cross is gathering information, and they're working with BOAD. That's a volunteer organization that can help move some of the items out of the apartments. The ones that were most affected are on the east side of the buildings because the water came from the east, went west, down the street, actually slammed into those apartments so violently that it's in the walls, up inside of the walls. Inside the apartments, some of them got deeper than others, but it's up inside the walls.
It blew out the air conditioners.
Yeah, it just blew them out.
I drove by
So
this morning. Stuff's
at this point, it looks like those apartments that were affected are going to be uninhabitable for quite some time. And that the apartment management group, the board was there. They're going to have to take a look at whether they can repair them or not. Randy.
Mr. Chairman. So if I get a call from somebody, who do they call?
Red Cross, number 1. They are taking the lead. The mayor is working with the Red Cross. However, there's no workforce available right now that can be activated until BOAD gets here with volunteers to help move this, whatever you have in your apartment, out. They'll contact Red Cross.
May I?
Yeah, and then I've got a question.
So I've got people calling me that want to help.
Yeah.
I got people that want to give money. I get people from not just the treehouse apartments, but over and they're supposed to call Red Cross?
Yes. Because at this point, Randy, they explained yesterday, Richard Smith said at this point, they're not even accepting money because they don't have that process set up. And you can't just say, send me the money, you know.
Well, Community Bank and First Interstate Bank
Right,
are
they're
stepping
going to
up.
go through the Spearfish Foundation.
Okay, so that's not through the Red Cross.
No.
See where I'm going with this?
But
We have all this local.
Questions can go to the Red Cross.
We have
And
all this
they
local.
will divvy up where everything goes.
Okay. Well, I think we need a more local representation on this. That's my opinion.
The Red Cross, as the emergency manager, I am not to take control. The city of Spearfish can do what they can do, but Red Cross has taken the lead, and that is, in my opinion, the best you can do.
So what do we do from today till Friday when they actually make a decision?
I mean,
We've been trying to.
Paul's kind
But
of, Paul's saying his hands are tied. We need somebody local to just step up. and
But
start doing
you
something,
need,
and in
you
theory,
need to
it would be the mayor and
understand
city
that
council.
even if FEMA looks at this, and it's realistic, these are renters. They're not homeowners. They need help. They need help. But you can't call in the National Guard because it's not what they do.
That's not my point.
Yeah.
I understand your hand.
And the mayor has taken the lead in spirit. I suggested to him today that he appoint someone within his ranks to go with him, be with him, and take over this as a incident commander, because the mayor cannot do that forever. I suggested somebody within the fire department that has the incident command system training.
They'll have a safety officer.
Yeah, and
Used to
they
be
need
chief of
somebody
police
to
over
do
there.
that. That's what I told him this morning.
Hey, if that flooding in the, what I call the tree houses, begins to hit that lower level so hard, is that gonna compromise the upper levels?
That's what they're
Very
saying.
well,
Structure?
very well could. And if it's not structural, you have to wonder about mold.
Oh, yeah. First thing they'll do is tear all the sheetrock out.
Yeah,
and
they
see
gotta
what's
tear
going on.
sheetrock down to the floors. Everything's gotta come out, insulation, wiring, everything. So that's gonna be a lengthy process.
Yeah.
Now, they did say yesterday that Evergreen is gonna give every resident that displaced a document that says once this has been repaired, they'll be able to have first choice to move back in. But in the meantime, maybe Black Hills State, but then you gotta be careful, because I know very well that the people that we put up in the motel in Lead, once they were settled, they didn't want to leave. Yeah. And that's only because, in my opinion, they're not being, let's say angry or whatever. You hear the angriness, it's because they're afraid. We're afraid of the future. And Mr. Smith, Mr. Richard Smith is as good as person as you'll find to try to help them. Mr. David.
Well, I'm not satisfied, folks. These people need to talk to somebody now, not on Friday. That's a week after the event. The city said call 211. You ever called 211?
Yep.
It's a bunch of recordings. I'm just not satisfied. And we have resources that we could offer. We have funds. I think the interest on the Wiltax Severance Fund would apply here. So if we could find any way to help these folks with counseling or information, just by setting up an information booth. I got volunteers that will work at an information. We got no action taking place. You go to talk to these people
we do have a lot of action.
I'm talking.
That's false.
I'm talking. I talk to these residents and they don't have anybody to talk to. And that's what they need. I'm not talking about emergency management. I'm talking about moral support. And they're frightened and nobody's there for them.
Well, that's false, because Red Cross was there yesterday, talked to the resident. We're in there. So was the city. So was the owners of the apartment. I don't think we need false rumors spread. Some of them are very disappointed. I'm talking. Some of them are very disappointed. Some of them are scared. But you can't just march in there, because Red Cross has a structure. And if you blow that apart, it's not going to work.
I'm not talking about the Red Cross structure. I'm talking about humanity. I went and talked to these folks yesterday.
Right.
They haven't heard from anybody.
They have.
And we'll differ on that.
Well, and one of them, I'll give you one example.
I can give you one too. My brother lives there.
I know. And one person said they didn't have anywhere to go. When
Well,
their
that's true.
brother had already told them they could move in. I don't want to go there.
Yeah, I know that.
So,
Okay, well, let's leave it at that. Thank you for the report, Paul.
yeah, it's
contact
difficult,
the Red
Randy. Don't
Cross.
get me wrong, but it will get there. It will get there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, time for our next public hearing. 9:30, first reading and public hearing for Gail and Terry Johnson. Amber, can you bring us aboard on this?
No, is there anybody out there? Let's just make sure.
No, we done the 9:15.
Yeah,
We're at 9:30 now.
Well, there should be some city stuff, in my opinion.
Okay. I was like, I hope she's not there. Anybody else? Gail and Terry, if you guys want to sit right at the table, you can. That way you don't have to, You guys are up. So. Go ahead and grab one of those other chairs. Ready?
All right, go ahead, Chris.
So the first item is the ordinance revision. So how this works is in order to apply for a CUP, currently wedding venues are not listed as an allowed conditional use permit in the suburban residential zoning district. So Gail and Terry Johnson did request that wedding venues be added as an allowed conditional use permit to the suburban residential zoning district. So that's kind of what's before you first and foremost. The ordinance follows the same process as like a change of zoning. It's a first and second reading. So you would have to, you hold your public hearing today on that portion. And then we would have to schedule a second reading for the next meeting. So with this, I guess this is pretty easy. This is just your public hearing for this part.
Okay, I'm gonna allow the applicants to speak on your behalf of anything you want to add prior to me opening up the hearing.
But can I clarify, Bob? I don't want you to go into the application on the wedding venue. Just the addition of the language
Right.
to the ordinance. That's all
Right.
we're discussing right now. I don't think there's really much else besides we're trying to add the language.
Right. I get that.
Well, no, I just
adding
if
the
I
wedding
can
venue.
say anything I want.
You can, just don't go into detail on the wedding venue yet, because we're
Okay.
not to that public hearing.
Got it. Got it. Okay, I would just like to say that there's been word that I'm from California, which is true, but I've lived here 40 years. I've worked as a visiting nurse in this area for many years. I've taken care of a lot of people, maybe your relatives. I've had a care facility up in Lead where I took care of people. I was fairly priced. I'm very fairly priced. So I can run a business. I always think about the people involved, the neighbors, things like that. And I get, and I just wanted you to know that. It's not like I fell off the turnip truck yesterday. My daughter has grown up here. She went to Lee Deadwood schools, graduated from Deadwood High, went to college in South Dakota. I consider myself a native, and many times I've told my husband that I escaped from California.
Yeah.
So just wanted to let you know.
All right. I am gonna open it up for the public hearing. And the way we handle the public hearing is you'll have an opportunity to stand and state whether you're for or against this item. When you do stand, please state your name and your address and address the board, not the audience. And from there, is there anyone in the body of the audience that would like to speak for or against this? Go ahead.
And remember, I'm just going to
Only
remind,
the
only the ordinance change,
Yeah,
not
to add this to
actual
the,
venue yet. We're not there.
My name is Ann Tikach, 12243 Red Cliff Road in the Boulder Heights subdivision. I'll just make this really short. We are against the changing of this zoning. It's going to be, it would just cause congestion in this area, and it's a dangerous intersection. I probably don't have to tell you that. So we are against this.
okay. Anyone else? Go ahead, man.
Sherry Spicer, 20763 Bauer Avenue. I just want to say I'm against changing the ordinance. This is a retirement, basically a retirement community. And like she said, it's a dangerous intersection, Bauer Avenue and 14A, especially during rally time. So
Okay.
I am totally against it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
My name is Andrew Takach, same address as that. I just against the
State the address, please.
12243 Red Cliff Road, and okay, I'm just against the commercialization of residential areas. You know, we buy a place in a residential area to live in a residential area and have businesses pop up around us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir?
Clint Hall, 20717 Wildberger Road. I'm also here on behalf of Les Nelson, who is at 20713 Wildburger, right across the highway from these stores. And again, nothing against the venue or anything like that, but just commercial activity and the traffic that it would bring to that intersection, especially. That is a very dangerous intersection. Bauer and Wildburger I can speak more on, but when that road was put in, it's classified as a third type road in Lawrence County. It doesn't even have signage or a middle stripe because it's not widened.
Okay.
Our traffic on there just for Apple Springs has been not good. So to add any more traffic and then a commercial venue, traffic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? For the folks that just joined us, this is the public hearing on behalf of this, and if you want to speak to or for or against the request to change the ordinance to allow the wedding venue, you may get up and speak at this time. If you do, please stand up, state your name and your address for the records. No? Anyone else? Okay, no one else would like to speak for or against this. We will close the public hearing. There'll be no action taken on this today. We're going to offer it back to the board for discussion. This is just the first reading, so no decision will be made today. Commissioner Flanagan.
I'm going through the conditional uses in suburban residential because I wanted to see kind of how that applied. Like out in my neighborhood, it wouldn't make any sense because we got acre and a half lots. But we do have as a conditional use a hall or lodge. Now that gives me pause as to what constitutes a hall or lodge and what activities would be allowed there under. That would be, I guess, what I see as a current conditional use that may be a similar use to what this proposal is. The rest are all small, simple daycare. There's some nurseries and some farmer market stuff which we have down in the valley that makes sense. Mobile home park, bed and breakfast. Again, small churches, kind of by nature of what they are. I think you pretty much have to allow them almost any place. But depending on which way the vote ends up ultimately at the next meeting, that hall or lodge may need to be reviewed. Although it would be conditional use, you'd be able to put restrictions on the appropriateness. Like I say, out in my neighborhood, it would absolutely not be appropriate, but some of the areas where you've got a 6 or an 8 or a 10 acre piece of property in suburban residential, it may be more appropriate. I'm just sort of speaking out loud and letting people know where my thought is.
You know, I have a question for staff before I get into discussion. So if you had a temporary use permit for a wedding venue, is there a limit on number of events you could have in a year?
Temporary use permits, if I'm not comfortable with them, I'm gonna bring them to you guys and you guys get to decide that. That's how a temporary use permit
But
works.
it could be like 6 weekends.
Again, that's up to you.
I mean, the application could ask for that, is my point.
I think it could.
Okay. So, normally we see, well, I'll go on. To Commissioner Flanagan's point, daycare, assisted living, and these other events are daily events in this area and impact in suburban residential and impact traffic as well, especially when mothers drop their kids and they're taking the Indianapolis 500 route to the next event.
Hey, I drop Goose off a bunch of daycares. So don't say mothers. Other people drop off kids at daycare.
But so we have all these other uses, and I like the thought process that maybe it's acreage based, because there's some places that might be appropriate, some not. But changing it overall, I struggle with, because some of these uses do encroach upon the residential value.
Bruce? Mr. Chairman, for some of the folks that weren't here earlier, the Highway Department presented an approach application this morning, and I think the Highway Superintendent recommended approval of that approach permit contingent on the decisions regarding the wedding venue. Just so everybody's aware of that. That happened earlier today.
Okay, further discussion.
If I may, Brandon, your question on hall and lodge, we do have them defined. So
Okay.
I don't know if either one of these, because they don't have a facility to put people in. Does that make sense? That's not what they're asking for. So I think that was the big difference is they're just
Sure.
asking.
Oh,
for
I can see how it's a separate
So
issue,
they are
but I'm
both
just saying if
combined.
somebody had a hall
Yes.
or a lodge and they decided to rent it out as a wedding space.
Lodge,
That's where I'm
they
getting a
wouldn't
little
be able-
fuzzy.
Lodge,
Be a
it
membership
would-
thing
because
only?
It's a membership thing only. Hall is just as a building that holds regular meetings, that maintains dining facilities, serves alcohol, or engages professional entertainment and enjoyment of guests.
So like VFW or something like
No
that.
sleeping facilities allowed.
Sure.
So, but just, we do have some definition on those that we would have to decide if it would meet those definitions, I guess.
Further discussion?
Well, Mr. Chairman, as a rule of order, I'd just like to point out that at the next meeting, as you said, there's no public input, but we have the ability to ask questions. If people
We always
attend,
have
if people
that
attend.
ability.
So the second reading for this item would be scheduled for July 11th at 9:30 a.m.
Just as a point of order, I don't think we can actually take final action on the next item until we take final action on this item. Is
Yes,
that correct?
my recommendation will be that next item gets
We run it.
continued to
Till
the
after
meeting,
we
but
do.
you can, since I knew people would be here today, I wanted you to.
I just wanted to make sure.
And whatnot.
Thank you.
Nope, fine. Yes, and as was just stated, and it's frustrating for folks that come to these meetings wanting to speak. That's why we had the public hearing and we have several times for any input. Because at the public hearing is now closed. You may attend the next meeting, but that will be strictly for this board's decision on this. And you can certainly come and listen, but we have the ability after the hearing's closed to ask questions, but unfortunately the public part is now closed.
For the ordinance, just.
For the ordinance,
Yeah,
yep.
for the ordinance. So now, what, at 9:45, we have 3 minutes. We have to talk about the actual wedding.
Kind of presupposes that
So-
it was granted.
Temporary use permit,
Conditions.
no, for the 11 o'clock
I was
item.
talking to Paul.
Is that
Randy,
even allowed?
I think that he is going to,
It says
try to
temporary
get
use permit.
Sure.
It's
Are
a
those
special
allowed in
permit.
anything?
from
Okay.
Red Cross to be able
That's
to.
what
They
I
just have to come.
I wondered if that superseded,
In some
but they
fashion
also need
to
to realize that it's not, they can't ask for it. Well, they can ask for it.
But normally what we've done is after a year or two, it's like. okay,
We're
this
kind of
is
in
all
limbo
done.
here at recess for just a couple minutes. We gotta stick to our schedule, so. Public hearings we have to do when there's
It's a way
time.
to see if it's viable without having to
So,
go through the process.
the information on the access to the venue, that was new to us, and it's after the public portion closed here. Was that the county that approved an access?
We haven't
to the venue,
approved.
Or was that the
We-
state,
we-
off the state highway?
We haven't, we kind of put it on hold. The applicant asked for an approach permit. And until this other is resolved, we're not comfortable making any decisions on that.
Gotcha.
And
Was that for
the
county
approach
though?
permit was the county, not DOT.
So it'd be like a Bauer versus.
Correct. Where their existing access is right now.
Okay.
So my understanding is right, Amber, we can issue a temporary, use permit, no matter what the zoning is. We don't have to address the zoning issue as long as it's a temporary permit.
There's a lot more to it than that, but yes.
Essentially, that's what.
They can apply for a temporary use permit. Usually if it's not allowed in the zoning district, I will automatically not approve it. It'll come to the county commissioners.
COVID meetings.
Temporary means temporary. It's 114. If they try to
Okay.
do
That
it
was an interesting.
3, 4, 5 into the next year, it's no longer
Interesting
temporary.
period, of course.
Everyone's back now. We'll call the meeting back to order. This is our 9:45. It's also a public hearing. And the applicants are asking for a permit for the wedding venue. Amber, you wanna?
Yep, I can. So, general location is the corner of Bauer Avenue and US Highway 14A. There were 2 I think most people would know the two older white structures that were there for years and years. They had been there, I don't know how long for sure, but they'd been there a long time, kind of dilapidated, rundown structures. Over the years, since previous owner Johnson's bought it, they started doing some work on the structures, putting new siding on them, putting windows on them, roofs on them. That's fine, they can do that. And then from there, it became a little bit of a kind of back and forth because they started being livable structures, not storage anymore. They were storage previous. And so when that started happening, we had started some discussions with the Johnsons and talking to them about, are they going to combine the structures into one residential structure, what their plan was, where they were going to go with it. And basically at this point, we have still had discussion after the last planning and zoning meeting. The Johnsons have been in a couple different times trying to figure out maybe exactly what they need to do to bring the current stuff into compliance, just the structures alone. One structure has been completed. We did a building inspection on it, and it has a kitchen and bathroom and everything. The other structure is still kind of up in the air. We're working on that. And ultimately what we're looking at is doing a building permit specifically for a residential structure and storage / art space, which we have allowed as long as it doesn't have a bedroom and things in it. That's an allowed use. If we can come to that agreement, which we're working on, then the structures would be in compliance just on the property. They can leave them there. There's no problems. There are a couple of camp areas in the back of their property. We allow those everywhere. We've never really done much as long as I don't find it for rent somewhere. They can have them there, friends and family, we have that discussion all the time. And then also as part of that, that's kind of, I would say, all existing, and we are dealing with that existing issue. One of the things from the planning and zoning board that had come about is them working on the approach permit, which it sounds like you guys looked at this morning. So that was one of the things that John had requested that they do is talk to him about it. So they have done that. And then on top of that, they did submit a video that they would like to share with you today. So if you guys want me to, we'll watch that before we talk about anything else. I think from a compliance perspective, they are trying to at least bring the existing property into compliance, which is good. That's what they're supposed to do. And then the rest of it is just back to the wedding venue. There's been lots of discussion back and forth. You guys will hold a public hearing, but this was a drawing that just got submitted yesterday, so it was not in your guys' packets. They had another one in there, but this is one that she submitted yesterday, showing some of this was on that. You can see the existing structures. They rewrote them, but those structures were located there. They were just not as pretty as they are now, we'll say. And then you can see their area back in here is where they have a couple of campers that sit back in there. The weddings they usually hold right out here, kind of in between the trees. This is that access that I believe you guys probably talked about this morning. I'm thinking this is pretty much existing. What am I thinking of? The mailboxes sit right here. So I think this was the access. And then, oops. Let's see if this works. This was the little video that,
May I say something?
let's wait till this runs through and let them kind of watch it. So she asked if we would show that today.
Do you wanted to add something?
Go
there?
ahead. Do you have anything that you want to add now?
Yeah, I was adding that one reason we wanted the approach was for our neighbors. So we could have people pull in and not go way down the road and park in front of our houses, our cabins. And so that they wouldn't be going by anybody's house. They could simply go by the mailboxes, pull in, park, and then pull out.
Okay.
I'd also like to mention, that's why we don't have a sign. We just put up a banner for what, 2 months out of the year. Actually, last year it was one week out of the year.
Okay.
We only do 20 to 25 weddings a year. We keep them small, 8 to 10. Once in a while I get 30, but I hate doing those. So I'd rather do the smaller ones. And, but we do keep our neighbors in mind.
Never, nothing after dark or.
Never.
All right, at this time, we are gonna open it up to public hearing. And most of you already heard this person phony show, but if you'd like to speak for or against this, please stand up, state your name and your address for the record. Please address our board, not the audience. And so at this time, I will open it up for anyone that would like to speak for or against this. Sir?
Clint Hall, 20717 Wildwood Road. Again, concerned that it's a residential area. That's any commercial activity in that area. We've got a dangerous intersection of the highway and Bower and Wildberger. And then also I'm a little concerned because they've already operated this venue without permit apparently in the last 2 years. That's not being very neighborly.
Okay. Anyone else? Yeah.
Ann Takach, 12243 Red Cliff Road. We support the rally. As and I, we are bikers, and but not everybody is. The people that live in our neighborhood, they are working families and they're retirees. That entrance on Bower Avenue, that is our only entrance and exit. There's no other way to get out. And in the location of this, we have Boulder Park across the street, we have Apple Springs, and then we have the subdivision, and we have the golf course down the road. This is a busy intersection. My husband and I were just seconds behind that accident that occurred there 2 years ago, in which Mr. Hogue was killed right there. That was a Sunday afternoon in May. It was a FedEx truck and Mr. and Mrs. Hogue on their bike. I don't have to tell you, I mean, it was a terrible thing to see. He died right there. Mrs. Johnson here, she's stating that it's a small wedding, 25, 30 people maybe. In her CUP, she said max of 40. Well, let's just take it as the max. If you're assuming 2 people to a bike, you know, what are we looking at here? 15, 20 bikes? I'm hoping it's a lot less. And in her CUP, she also states in a rally, maybe 3 times a day, that this may happen. I'm also, the comment that was made, I'm not too sure where Mr. and Mrs. Johnson are going with this. Please understand, this is nothing personal against them. This is our home. We live here full time. Mr. and Mrs. Johnson don't. They're farmers from the East River. I appreciate that and respect it. But we live here and we know what this intersection is about. We know what this whole area is. Any type of commercial in this residential area, it not only hurts us who live here and come here for the quiet and the solitude, but it is also going to be very dangerous here. There's a curve coming up this way from Sturgis. You're talking about 2 lanes, and now it's been reduced to 1 lane as a turning lane from the west. We were talking just earlier that we've had people, I mean, I've got to move it to the shoulder. They're on my tail all the way from Deadwood. And during the rally, you're talking about how many thousands of bikes. And like I said, we're bikers. We understand this. The wait time on Bauer, if you're trying to turn west during a rally, I think we all know you can be sitting there 15, 20 minutes. You add weddings there, 2 to 3, possibly a day. It's just going to be a disaster. We have no problem. Mrs. Johnson, she wants to be a wedding planner. She wants to take photographs. She wants to officiate. By all means, but just asking, please, not here, and no commercials. No commercial business should be in that area at all. Thank you very much.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone else like to speak for or against? We'll let you speak here as soon as the hearing is. No one else? All right, before I close the public hearing, Mr. Johnson, I'll let you have a couple comments here.
I would like to say that Muley and Prairie Berry are also at a difficult intersection. How many intersections in this town have not had an accident? You know, I think most accidents are caused by human fault. I think that, I don't think we heard anything. I really don't want to do the bigger ones. I did a bigger one last weekend, bigger, like 24.
We've never had one with over, we're near 40.
Never.
And just about every intersection driveway coming onto that road is probably more dangerous than that one. You can see both ways a long ways.
And I
There's
think
a lot of traffic there, but that's with every approach or intersection on the whole road.
and we have had small weddings there during the rally. We don't have big ones. They want their friends to be there. They only come with a few.
Most of them are under 10 people.
Under 10.
You had a wedding venue last weekend, you said?
I up at Katonga.
Yeah, and we've done them at Mount Rushmore.
Okay. All right. Anyone else in the audience want to speak for or against this before we close the hearing? One more time. Anyone like to speak for or against this? Because I'm going to close the hearing and then the opportunity will be over. Anyone else? Okay. We're going to close the public hearing and offer to the board for discussion or action.
And the staff's recommendation is you would not take action today, that you would continue the hearing to the next one so that they stay together would be the best. Yeah.
Okay. Do we need a motion to that effect, Bruce?
I think we
continue, the public hearing is closed, but continue the
discussion.
Continue the decision to the next meeting,
Yes, please.
probably.
To be congruous
There we go.
with our, with the zoning change.
Commissioner Diver.
So a CUP takes one meeting.
Correct.
So that's why we're,
Yes.
that's,
Yep.
I have a couple questions. I can't
There's
find
a
it right
motion on
now.
the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On the table.
Was there a second?
No.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion on the motion.
No, I have a discussion about the application.
All right. All those in favor of the motion before us to continue this, the public hearing is closed, but to continue the discussion and the action to the next meeting, which is July 11th.
11th, and it'd be right after.
All those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Question, Mr. Chairman. I have some questions on the
Go ahead.
application, if I may. So I found in here where there, one place that said 2.03 acres, another one 4.03 acres. Is it on the whole site?
Yeah, there was some weird platting stuff going on, so we figured it out. There was a plat done that separated them, but then there was another plat done that actually combined the two whole lots, so it should be closer to the 4 acres. And I will double check on that.
All right. And then on all the maps, they show this little corridor coming off the state highway rather than coming through the development. Do we know what that is?
There is an actual like an old entry, but that's not where they're using. They're utilizing the one that they showed on the updated map that we got yesterday coming in, because it
Yep,
was.
I understand.
They needed to talk to John Day, and I think they've done that.
Well, what I heard today on the testimony was most of the concerns were about traffic and traffic into the development. And there was no discussion about going to the DOT and putting the approach off the DOT as a highway as an option.
Okay.
I think the DOT is
That's
what
not
they.
I have the floor. Anyway, and there's another approach right near it, so that joint approach, that was not discussed in any of the, am I right, in any of the data?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted clarification on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
What else? Go ahead.
The last thing, that's not a current plat. That's an old plat. We had it resurveyed, and that approach off of the highway is not our property. That's why we don't use it.
Okay. Okay. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, we already made our motion that we're gonna continue this, so we're finished with this item and we'll go on to the next one.
Right, just real quick. So everybody understands July 11th, they will have to stick, because we have to follow that process. So July 11th, they at that time can make a decision on both applications if they choose to. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Where are we going? How are you? Nice to see you all again. Yeah, and he's.
Yes,
No, you stand right, he's right there. This is the one we were waiting on.
I just had another fire plan.
Anybody else in the hallway for shining down?
No, he's right here. Eldon's here.
all right, next item. Any
Okay.
final plat, applicant Shining Dawn Element, Amber?
Yep, I believe you guys had continued it from the last meeting. Eldon is here today. I just blanked why you guys tabled it.
Fire plant.
Fire plant, yes. So we did get the property status. It was actually done September 13th of 2022. So it was a while ago, but we just never got the letter. So now we have the letter, so they have completed the work. There wasn't anything else to be done.
Move to approve the final plat.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the final plat. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Mr. Chairman,
There
as
you go, Eldon.
a rule of order, I move that we bring the approach permit off the table.
And Eldon, there was
We had an approach permit that we tabled till after the
For the
public
last
hearings, and we need to bring it off the table since we tabled.
Oh,
yeah.
We bring it off the table.
I think I second that.
Okay.
Okay, and motion and second to bring the table motion for the approach permit off and address it at this time. All those in favor of that motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. That would
Mr.
be
Chairman,
all.
I would move to continue the approach permit till after the two public hearing items, or excuse me, the zoning change and the CUP, move it on the agenda after that, those two items at our next meeting.
Second.
It has nothing to do with this plan.
And that's why I'm
Okay,
confused.
I think
Well,
that's why they're
yeah,
confused. It has nothing
We're
to do.
cleaning up something we didn't clean up, so.
Okay,
It's back to the other
everyone
side.
understand the motion?
It has to do with the wedding venue that since we
Sorry.
moved everything to the next
Oh, then
meeting.
you're
we
done.
take this.
You're good.
Yeah, you're done.
You're done.
We finished, we finished you.
That was funny. You
All those
can
in
see
favor of the motion before us, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
Yeah, he just whipped right into it, threw everybody out.
Yeah.
Well,
I knew where you were going.
Yeah, I should have continued.
Again, I told you, I can translate diagrams.
I should have continued it instead of tabled.
I know.
I was trying to use up your time.
We're in recess until 10:30 for our next public hearing.
You can sign a pass while you're sitting there waiting patiently.
Amber, here's the Mylars. And I did some small paper. I did some small paper copies for your, they're wrapped up in.
Are you done with your copy before I spill it?
Yes.
You understood.
I'm not picking up your notes.
I think the auditor always picks those up. I might have to take the numbers over.
I like this kind.
May not be exact, Brian, which I brought. Should have continued. It doesn't matter order.
Mylar. You guys approved the preliminary.
Robert's rules.
Yeah.
And
Well, we were so quick last year.
another legal right operating procedures. Very common, very similar.
I'm glad you know it, so you can proceed properly. That's what we need to know.
Considering all the lot we got coming up in my corner.
Yeah, that's right.
Like a lot of.
I'll probably try to record it.
Yeah, they do.
Brian, how much are they?
They need to be proper.
How much are they for the meal? The meal.
You,
Yeah. Unfortunately.
I don't. I know.
You gotta deal with your.
Are we offline for right now?
Doesn't look like it.
That would be the next.
I hope you like.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, we had an event that night, then it was a fundraising event that night. It was a big banquet in Wisconsin. It raised money for feeding something. They raised, I think it was about $320,000. And South Dakota, that all goes to buy beef.
By me. That's great.
This is the 10th year of it. They've purchased 1.3 million pounds of beef. That's been distributed to families in all 66 counties.
Good deal.
It is.
Good advertising.
It is, yeah. Yep, they've raised, in the 10 years.
I clicked on something, actually,
He
added a link,
very
when
good
he was
job at
developing
finding some
in American
inexpensive, working with some
That link
wholesalers and grocery stores that maybe have too much at a time or some reason they need to move it quickly.
No, the other ones are not.
Purchase.
The other ones are
A
not.
couple of years ago, they were averaging about $1.30 per pound of beef. So they're able to get a lot of pounds to get on people's tables. All right, everyone, we'll come back to order. Randy, you can just stay right there. You gotta recuse yourself from this item. It's a time and place for board discussion and action, public hearings on Deer Mountain Club 2021. Amber?
Just a second. The live links were working on there, so I'm gonna try this right.
Here, I thought we were ready.
Sorry.
I think it looks like they took the whole package and scanned it in. So instead of, linked it, I've got a whole bunch of pages, 40 pages.
There we go.
Yep.
That one works. All right. So. That one works.
You ready?
I'm ready now. All
Go
right.
for it.
So this is just the Deer Mountain Club Development Plan 2023-02. And overall, they have a small update in here. This is an update to the village-based area to revise the previously submitted base village area. There's a change in the geometry, possible building location and type, orientation alignment to the previously submitted master plan and plan unit development. A1 is the only one affected by the update. This will include the area of commercial and multifamily suburban residential as previously discussed in the Deer Mountain Village plan unit development, which you guys had already approved. There's a new site plan, master overall plan, and then there is some documentation on the wastewater current development agreement, fire mitigation covenants, and such. Let's see if it's gonna let me go. And I think this is a quicker summary. I'm not gonna read this to you guys. You guys had this in your packet.
Yep.
This is just the overall narrative of kind of what the overall plan is. And then we'll get to the drawings, unless you need me to read it to you. But
No.
didn't plan on it. This was a technical member because there was some questions on the wastewater treatment and whatnot. So this just kind of gave a summary on that for you. And then, go back. See if this one works. Right. What do you guys all want to go through? You just want the map? Is that going to be the easiest for you?
I don't know,
Do you have anything to add while I get the map up, or is that?
does the applicant want to add anything while we're prior to starting the public hearing part of this?
I just,
Please stand up and state your name, yeah.
hi, I'm Gerard Keating. I'm the co-owner of Deer Mountain. My son Alec, he's appreciated working with the county the last couple of years and getting through the process, and got a good team. It's there's a lot of baggage we inherited the mountain, and we've worked through those, worked in cooperation with the mountain, and now the Deer Mountain Sanitary District. I think we resolved all the questions that came up in the last meeting. Big thing was really about communication. Right now we have a water right with the sanitary district for 200 single family homes. That's all we have. That's all we're planning today, except for the clubhouse. And we've asked the trustees to approve the water right for that, which is equivalent to a couple homes. So we're working in cooperation, and as far as future plans of a hotel and all that stuff, those are concepts. Might happen someday, might not. But the first thing we do is go to the district and obtain a water right. 'Cause without that, so that's kind of sums up. Appreciate working with Amber. Got a great team with Eric and land planners. We look forward to finishing things up in the next 60 days.
Okay, Mr. Keating, can you state your address for the record, please?
Sure. Gerard Keating, 670 Main Street.
Thank you.
So overall, I guess it's just a discussion for you guys to decide if you're comfortable with the layout that they presented for the new development plan of just that A1, which was the smaller, we'll say the smaller boundary plat that was submitted. And really, if there's anything else, I guess that you guys want to go through.
Okay, well, it is a public hearing, so we have to go through that process. And as stated earlier today, most of the people in the room have already heard this. If you would like to stand up and comment for or against this, you may do so. Please stand up, state your name and your address for the record, and please address the board. Is there anyone in the body of the audience that would like to speak for or against it this time? Yes, sir.
First, good morning. Oz Enderby, 21375 Mule Deer Drive. Here, Mount Sanitary District President of Trustee. Following the last, the P&Z meeting of 6/1, since that time, the trustees had a meeting and Mr. Keating, Mr. Heikes ended our meeting. We had great discussion. We worked out a lot of issues, primarily regarding communication. There was some lacking there in communication, and we were working hand in hand with the Keating team to make sure we're involved and up to speed on any changes. I believe you had agreements that the sanitary district has with the Keating Resources, as well as the agreement that we have with the sanitary. I believe Mr. Telehusen provided those for the commission. And at the planning and zoning meeting, Amber made reference to what she referred to as water taps. Our agreement, as Mr. Keating stated, is for 200 residential properties. But we're using the reference that was made in water taps, which is actually a very good way of looking at things. If Keating design team decides to make changes, as they have proposed here with their clubhouse, we will meet with them and our engineer and look at how we would redistribute possible the water taps so that it's still within the definition of the agreement, but it meets what the Keating team is trying to do with the development of the Deer Mountain Village. Bottom line is we have agreements in place and we're working together to make sure that we work within those agreements. We have an agreement with Lead Dead and Sanitary that limits the amount of water that the district can supply. So our input is just that we're looking forward to continuing working in concert with Mr. Keating and his design team.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak at this time for or against? One more time. Anyone else? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing and offer to the board for discussion and action. Commissioner Flanagan.
Have you guys addressed the little voids in the middle of the plat? Commissioner Dibert, or Surveyor Dibert, do you know? When I'm looking at the plat, looking at the big overall thing, there were two little areas. I guess the one is, I think one was a platted right away that you need to, that at some point was going to get resolved. There's not a plat in with this, it's this. There's exhibits. That was a platted right away, was it?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, that is a public right of way, and right now, until the village is constructed, that's the access from the other right of way to the new road system. And so when the appropriate time comes in that we build the other access, we'll be coming forward to vacate that public.
Okay. How about the weird, and again,
that is privately owned. That is privately owned, and the Keating Group has 3 easements that go across that.
Okay. So that's the piece that we're looking at, would be the left-hand most, the property line on that drawing.
Yeah, you're right.
Here, this corridor
Yes,
is privately owned, so we're not affecting that property.
that's what I wanted to check. Thank you. That was the questions I thought.
I don't have any issues.
Guess the only real questions I had were mainly on the sewage processing, and there's a rather lengthy block of paperwork with that, and I went through and looked at it.
The concern is, does that meet what you guys were expecting, I guess, with the sewage of the area?
My view of it, everything's been answered as far as any questions I had. Commissioner Jennings or Sleep, do you have any?
I'll make a motion to approve the development plan.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the development plan. Any further discussion?
May I
Commissioner Sleep,
suggest
did
that
you have?
so I have a basis to go from, so the narrative which explains like what they're gonna do and how they're gonna do it. We make sure
That's not part of the development plan? I thought the whole packet they submitted is considered the development. Whatever wording you need.
Okay, we'll make sure.
The entirety of the development plan package is what I
Thank you.
approved.
Okay, further discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Forward to seeing you.
Thanks. Yep. Brandon Holmes, he wanted the documents that Roger told me he's gonna put in there.
Well, we got
Okay.
we're in limbo for another 5 minutes.
For Deer Mountain Water.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I wasn't aware, because I just had the one packet, so.
Yeah, and we got them from Roger told me after they met and they came to an agreement on the whole
No, that's perfect. Thank you.
tax / whatever they're gonna call it.
So what am I adding?
I passed that on to them after the last one. And that's sort of like, the files part of that was a good way to,
Yeah, well, and that's how we do Powderhouse Pass, it's how we do Apple Springs. I don't care if it's an apartment or if it's
because everybody was
a
getting wrapped
house.
around
You only have
houses.
so many water taps.
Right.
All you get, but they would really struggle with that.
They were, because everybody was focused on houses and the apartments and the hotel and the clubhouse.
Yeah, if they wanna put a hotel in, however many
Just get
taps
the-
they get
Depends
for
on if you
water,
count
that's
a
the way it
per room
is.
tap, or if you're counting the hotel as one per room.
Right, and that was dependent on their water agreement with Lee Devitt Sanitary. So when it comes down to it, they only have so much water they can give. They come to us and they have 10 houses that have no water, guess what? You can't approve them because they don't have any water.
So you want me to put including the development plan?
Bruce
there,
wants
so-
this, and then we also, they were not in the packet, Roger, so I just
Oh,
provided,
you.
I don't know, to find the water documents, maybe that's the best way.
And the water
documents, we have those on file as well.
Weren't we gonna get together and talk about water period?
Yeah.
Sometime?
I have nothing to say about it, that's up to you guys to
This is
discuss.
separate.
Are we off this item?
Yes, I
Yeah.
believe so.
Well, the Lee Deadwood Sanitary District inherited or were given the home stake system, the surface system. Okay? It's a massive system, goes clear over the Continental Divide. And they have a certain capacity, Lee Deadwood Sanitary District has. And they've got a surplus of capacity currently. And they have given water to these other districts. So Deer Mountain Sanitary District has a right to so much water. And then other people have rights to water and they still haven't went to. But it's coming. So when we do the forest plan revision, we need to acknowledge that surface system and protect it and perpetuate it. So that's a big concern, but because you get out far south and there's no aquifers anymore, you're hit and miss. So that's the history. And if you talk to Terry Walter Stork, Lee Deadwood, and he can give you a lot of background.
Well, we need to prepare things about water. So
Yeah, this one's going up.
Yeah, that's right. Especially with fire protection. If we're gonna offer fire protection, that's a whole different use. And why would you treat it for fire protection?
So where are the proper lines on this?
It has to be treated because it's all surface collection.
Do we know where the location is?
It's a very complex,
Well, it's a
unique.
large.
It is a large parcel.
Yeah. It's very interesting.
Because that's what
It's the same with
PG
some.
asked for.
Yeah.
Right,
So
go on the
just-
site,
just-
individual site.
But they couldn't tell like
I'm gonna
how wide they were.
Oh, I see.
So that's
While we're
what-
waiting.
I know we approved
By the
this.
water.
Okay, we'll come back to order. It's 10:45, time and place. Find my paper here. Okay, time and place for board discussion action, public hearing. This is on the Calvin and Dorothy Garden property.
We're on the
Huh?
development plan for Bowers.
Oh,
Right before that, should be one before that.
all right, let's do that one then,
Okay,
the Bauer one. Amber, can you
okay,
get us
so
going?
this one, you guys approved the conditional use permit last meeting, I believe it was last meeting. You approved the conditional use permit for a campground at this location, and as part of that, because it's brand new, we've never had anything out there, you requested a development plan. So Bowers put their development plan, and at that time, there was some requests on some more specific, like how wide the sites were gonna be and how they were gonna be laid out and all of that stuff. So they did provide that. And the conditional use permit said a maximum of 20 RV sites, so that's what they're showing you in the plan is the maximum of the 20 sites. They did do, this is kind of that overall, so this is the tree area, which shows right, kind of right here. This would be the same sort of vicinity. The tree area showing, this is the barn that's already out there. That's Cammie's property, which is one of the daughters that owns this lot right here. And then they are staying 30+ feet away from the property line. You can see kind of where that creek bed goes across in there. They kind of showed this, the drainage goes away from it. Here's kind of their overall sites. And then they did also provide a little more, oops, yeah. This is a little more detail of exactly what the layout is going to look like in there, showing what each of the sites would pertain to. So I guess this is what you had requested as part of going into the development plan process. Well, that's all I have, and Lynette's here if you have any questions for her as a landowner.
Okay. You need to add anything? Okay, if not, here we are again, another public hearing. So we'll allow the public to stand up, state your name and address for the record, and whether you're for or against this at this time. Is there anyone that would like to speak? No one wants to speak.
I was gonna be 237 I would be a proponent of the proposed campground. These folks have done a great job with any of their properties that they've owned, and I think they're good stewards of the property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Rob Mueller, 11221 Sheetal Gulch Road. Ditto. What Bob
Okay.
said.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, at this time, we'll close the public hearing and offer it up to the board.
I just, go ahead.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Just a question about the water. I see there's a water hydrant on the plan. How do the campers access that? Are they carrying that in a bucket?
There's hydrants.
Hydrants at each site?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see that was, okay. Well, that's a symbol of a hydrant.
Yep, right
Okay.
here, they have in the corner water hydrant.
I
and
understand now.
50 amp, they're showing where they are at each location.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Brandy?
Couple questions, if I may. Wastewater?
They don't have to have septic, if they don't want to. We have a number of campgrounds that just come in with M&M, or not M&M, I can't remember the name. It's not M&M anymore.
Superior?
Nope.
G&G.
Oh, the one that,
So they,
Clear bottom.
so bottom line, they'll contain their own
They'll
black
contain
water
for now.
in their campers.
Yep.
There's getting to be quite a few of the sanitation companies that go to these areas and pump them on a regular basis, so.
And then number two, can you go back to the one with the image? Yeah, what's the creek going through there? I forgot.
Not on the floodplain.
That's one of my questions.
Yeah, it's not in the main. No, it's not named.
It comes from our property, there's springs that come out of the ground. It flows into, but we have to check with, because we, on and we checked with the DNR and they said it's not a named creek.
So then the follow-up, it appears to me that even though you're designating an access road, that if somebody really needed to get out of it, there's a couple other ways out. Is that fair with their vehicles? Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion. Motion approved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for approval. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Looks like you're good to go.
Randy, I didn't have a chance to answer your question. They will probably look at putting
Yeah,
septic in.
I gathered that. I gathered that. I just wanted to have it on the record what they're doing.
Sure. All right, so you're good to go. Next step is building permit if you need to for structures at all, but I don't think you're really have much. We will still want to check it as soon as he's got them all roughed in, so just let us know.
Okay, another 10-minute wait.
The ones that are existing.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Okay, we're good.
This is close enough, guys.
It is 11.
11 a.m. Public hearing for the Calvin and Dorothy Darnus. You want to start us out on this, Amber?
So, this had come about, we had received a concerned phone call, we'll say, from the neighbor of this property, and they questioned why they would be allowed to have weddings at their Airbnb. They have a home on this property that they do Airbnb. And there was, I guess somebody had called and said, well, we'd like to rent your place too. We're having a wedding here. I called Dorsey and said, hey, just so you know, we've gotten a complaint about this. What's your plan? And we had talked, and she said, well, we actually have a couple of people that have rented the house that are planning on having weddings at the house. So I suggested that she at least apply for a temporary use permit for the dates that she knows about, and then, have the discussion with you guys on what you want to do. This is kind of similar to the same situation that we just talked about earlier with wedding venues. It is becoming I wouldn't say problem, but I'm hearing about it more and more that someone rents an Airbnb and wants to have their little wedding over there because they host so many people. And this is just one of them. So I think this is not going to be the only application we see. It's a big reason why I think wedding venues need to be dealt with. If we're going to allow them in a district, we allow them in a district, and that's where we allow them. Anything that's outside that, you either choose not to or do it. We have utilized temporary use permit applications previously to kind of see how something flows and how it works and how it doesn't work. And then after a while, they're no longer temporary. If it's something that next year we have another 3 or 4 weddings, and the next year you have 3 or 4 weddings, it's no longer temporary. It needs to be a zoning issue. So that's kind of how we've utilized them in the past. This will be the first time we really utilized it in this aspect where you have a recognized Airbnb that we don't really have the rules on Airbnbs, so they can have that, but they're using that structure for this purpose now, even though the person is still renting the house as an Airbnb. So that's kind of why I decided this was best to come before you guys, because how you choose to do this one, I guarantee I'm gonna receive other things like this. So I guess that's really what you have to look at is once we open this can of worms, it could become more. And then with that, she did provide information on each event. So they have 3 dates. It's July 15th, 1 p.m. in the afternoon until it gets dark out, about 30 guests, no DJ music from a phone or portable speaker, 7 tables set up for guests with chairs, 3 tables for food, 2 possible shade canopies, a bouncy house, no generator, no signage. Then the second one is September 2nd, starting at 4 p.m. up to 50 guests. Same thing, no music, chairs, tables, chair, catering, computer, but no generator. Having a big supper with family and friends. Wedding number 3 is September 9th at 4 p.m., 75 guests. And then you have, this one is complete music at events inside a tent from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Canopy tent, chairs, food, generator, no banners or signage. So my concern with this is area-wise, the land is a little bit bigger than like the suburban residential zoning district that we just looked at. But these could, the wedding number 3 is probably my biggest concern because of the fact that it's music. We kind of tried to stay away from the music on these types of things. Also, I'm just more concerned how this is going to open it up. If we're going to do wedding venues, then let's put it in the ordinance and allow it. I think this is borderline. The Airbnb is one thing, but now they're utilizing that for even more of a commercial enterprise. But that's your guys' call, and if you want to give a chance, we've done this before.
Okay, we have to go through the public hearing process, but I'll allow you folks as the applicant if you want to say something prior to doing that, if you have anything you want to add.
Yep.
Just please stand up and state your name and address, Dorothy.
Okay.
Dorothy Darda at 1505 Buena Vista, Fairfish. Do you want the personal or the property address?
No, you're fine.
Okay. First off, we're definitely not looking to get into the wedding business at all. These three is all we're asking for, and mostly because we didn't know it was an issue. And so the three guests made their plans. I obtained information from all three guests. A few things about it. We're just trying to be good hosts and community members. We're not charging anything additional to these people. We're not charging them for this permit. We're just trying to now fulfill their wishes on the plans they've already made. I hope some of you might know, some of you might not know us. We're just trying to be good community members and help these people out. One thing that I would say is that I don't know the exact title, but the neighbors that called us in have a specialty event permit for that exact same size area. It has since 2000. And I feel like this is more of a bitterness complaint than an actual complaint. We actually moved off of the property because they just continually were able to contact the county, the sheriff, and kind of harass us out of the area. Our goal of keeping the property is because we'd like to move back. We actually like that area. I've grown up there whole life. I really love what you guys, I don't know if this is Amber's or if this is the county's mission statement, but how to build a community. Leave your house, talk to your neighbors, sit on the stoop, ask questions, buy from local merchants, barter for your goods, talk to your mail carrier, hire young people for a job, and be part of the solution. And honestly, I feel like that describes us.
Okay.
So I just asked to take into consideration, not so much for us, but for these three.
We'll finish public hearing and then I've got some comments that I want to visit with you about. But is there anyone else in the body of the audience that would like to speak? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Prior to getting into this, I also sit on the invasive species board, which is a weed board, and I was out on your property with Mr. Swenson last weekend. And your leafy spurge is way out of control on the north end of your property. You need to spray it and get it taken care of because it's pretty heavy and thick. Leafy spurge. It's all that. You'd probably look out your back and see all this yellow, looks like flowers. It's not. It's the worst weed known to man in Lawrence County. Yeah, get a hold of Dave Pack and I'll give you some direction on what to do. That was my only little dig that I wanted you to take care of because I have spurge on my property too. I've got to take care of it. Commissioner Flanagan.
Do you have conditions you attach or doing a temporary use permit?
We can, you guys, it says in the ordinance that we can attach whatever conditions that you want.
So, I mean,
didn't
basically
have
you've got the
recommendations,
stuff
but
that's there.
Yes,
And
I would think those
we
would be
could have
specific.
some of the boilerplate conditional use, which taking care of the weeds is one of them.
Yep.
Emergency contract number, which I assume they have is Airbnb, but there's a handful of other things. Have they seen any of those, the regular boilerplate conditions?
No, because it's not a CUP, so we don't.
Right. Some would apply and the majority of them would.
Yeah, I mean, I think if anything, you could specify their 1, 2, and 3. We know that that's what they're presenting, and there would be no additional.
Right.
I think it would have to be clear that this would the temporary use permit would expire probably the Sunday of that weekend.
September 10th.
So there's a deadline of everything. You could put the stuff in there. I think we would want to probably have a general, like, no parking on the county road, some of that boilerplate stuff, something for extra bathrooms possibly. The 30 probably isn't bad with what's in the house, but 75 is pushing it. So maybe porta potty or something to that effect could be an issue, but those are kind of where that temporary use permit is a little more open. You guys can put pretty much whatever conditions on it that you choose to.
We appreciate everything you provided for us and understand the position you ended up in, not knowing how this was all going to come about. But thank you for what you have submitted, Mr. Flanagan.
Right beside that, is that a specialty resort, Airbnb?
Airbnb, or not Airbnb, bed and breakfast.
But there you go.
It's a
Sorry,
true bed
yes,
and breakfast.
with a
Yes.
permit. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was discussion, we used to have that pile of rock across the front
Oh, yeah.
there that we
Right.
had stockpiled for a long time, and I believe they were terribly concerned about that and the woodchucks and the snakes and whatever else getting out coming across the road years ago, but we took care of the pile of rock.
Well, I'm going to echo some of Commissioner Flanagan's concerns. First of all, some of the issues out there have been with access, easements, and other things. So I would encourage that you have some type of directional at your approach, so they don't go in the wrong approach. I said no banners, no signs, but I think you need something with information, whether it's a balloon, turn it to balloon, or whatever, so they go in the right driveway and don't make a bad situation worse. Secondly, I'm a little concerned about the sanitation on the 50 and 75. I mean, I have 4 bathrooms and I've had 70 people there, and it's pretty busy.
Do you have a permit?
It's in my house. It was Christmas Eve. But anyway, I'm concerned about that. I also am concerned about having a first aid and an emergency number on site, and maybe letting the police department or the fire department just know you're having that 50 or 70 guests out there. And
Much, but I hear what you're saying.
yeah,
I assume with that Airbnb, you probably got numbers posted for emergency there at the home. Okay.
Yeah. Just, practical stuff, right? So if there's an emergency, they know where you're at and what's going on, and that you can respond to it. Most of it's just common sense. And then the road situation, no parking on the county road, I think would be appropriate.
Okay.
I'm just kind of making.
Further discussion.
I think those are all my points that I had also. I was most concerned about the parking, I think, just knowing that's a narrow road and how hard it is to enforce that and keep people from parking on the edge of the road.
Okay.
So,
Do you cut hay on this? So when we get into September, if we have high grass, we have catalytic converters, you might want to mow that so we don't have fire potential.
Can you get
The
to the
property
back
pretty well mowed.
Do you have it mowed? Okay.
And these are,
Sure.
So we also have our cat owners in the lot at the end of corner of the airport in Michael. And my parents live next door, so that was a suggestion for any access parking.
Yeah, I did see you had a couple of options for overflow parking. I think the big concern is to make sure that it's not on the side of the shoulder of the county road. Keep that open. That'll help minimize any issue with the neighbor.
Commissioner Sleet, did you have any questions or concerns?
Avoid grass fires is my point.
So I'm kind of putting some notes together here.
Could you add a bullet, fire prevention? Fire prevention.
No, I'll probably put no more. Yes.
Then outlined in the proposal.
Yep. What did you say about?
Just add fire protection measures.
prevention measures.
Prevention, yep, prevention. Thank you. Which would be the mowing and emergencies.
Should put there.
She smells like I do.
Oh my goodness.
You guys keeping up reading them?
I can't.
I'll fix them. I'm just making some.
Well, keep writing.
Because we're gonna ask you if you agree with them.
Yeah,
I was
do
just like
you-
typing.
And you can come up here to us.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I
Both of you can come up.
Kelvin can, but she can't.
Do you want them to provide a layout, because it was hard to layout wise, we don't have a drawing to go with it, is that something that you want to provide to show location, or are
There's
you
only
comfortable
there's
with-
only one with Kent, right? Everything else looked like it was inside. So the
Everything
last one,
was,
that one you might want a site plan for.
okay, that's what I was
Rough
wondering.
outline to make sure. Yeah, but
Just do a layout to be shared with the commission, and if we have issues, we can address them.
And just another thing, I'll just throw this out there, is that we have the studio downtown Spearfish, the venue. So we have that reserved for all three. Just
case you have
in
weather or
case something
something.
happens or the weather.
Okay.
So, if I put layout drawing to prove
Yeah,
it
just a
to be
sketch
provided
for September.
prior to the event.
Unless you get washed out.
Provided, how about provided to planning and zoning?
Okay.
Okay. And if you have issues, you can bring it forward.
Okay, further discussion or action?
I would move to approve with the conditions that we set aside and the outline that was presented by the applicant.
And are they for the specific dates in this
As
proposal?
per the
For
attachment
the-
of the
yeah,
applicant.
okay, that's the
And I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. During the further discussion, you folks agree with the conditions set forth there?
Yeah.
All right. Any further discussion amongst the board members? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will put these conditions together and then we'll get a signature on them and do all of that.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for our planning director.
Thank you.
For doing that for those people. And for us.
We'll see you.
Thanks a lot.
Amber, can people get a temporary use permit for wedding venues and suburban residential?
I don't think we've got it on our list.
That's CUPs.
We don't have CPs, but temporary, I don't know.
Okay, I don't need to answer this moment, but I'd like to.
I will tell you.
I had that open, but I think.
Okay, we've got some other people coming here within 15-20 minutes for further discussion. Mr. Mueller, did you have anything you wanted to add for items from the public?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to, and I do have remarks, comments, and suggestions on the flood and post actions that the commission can perhaps take. I'm not sure if I should say it now or if I should wait for the other input from the Red Cross.
You can. They're coming in to brief us. So.
Okay. Well, I think we all can agree, Mr. Chairman, that there's a lot of issues, a lot of concern and controversy swirling around. You know, who did what, who didn't do what, what happened. I would strongly encourage the county commissioners to consider, after we've recovered to a reasonable set of circumstances, people are more settled down, that you convene a small team of some citizens and commissioners and Paul from Emergency Action Management to go over a list of what we did right. And when I say we, I'm not just talking to the county, but the city as well. And what we did right, what we did wrong, what we need to do better, and not hide behind process and procedures, but let's do what's right as human beings to help our fellow citizens.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Sounds good. We can go through some items from the commissioners while we're waiting.
I think the people are here for the executive session.
Are they?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's check with Bruce.
Bruce, we're ready to
Later, Bob. I'm not gonna request them.
I went over and got them, so they're just having a meeting, so I'll go off.
executive session.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute sandbox break.
So I am assuming with this one getting approved, the other one gets denied. Don't be surprised if you get an application.
Oh, I don't doubt that a
Aren't those
bit.
awesome? Yeah, I love them.
Well, they're colorful.
Different set of circumstances, kind of apples and oranges, but yeah,
Well, and
similarity.
It's still a precedent that we can set.
Yeah.
and it's fine when it's temporary. Like I can foresee these guys not, now that she knows, I don't think Darcy wants to go down this route, but she felt bad because these guys had they rented the house. She was being honest. She didn't lie to me. She said, no, I need to do, I can at least do this year and get through these ones. And then I don't think she's even gonna allow it.
Was it Swenson?
Of course it was. And I'm sure this will not be the end of it. Just so everybody knows, I did try calling her and letting her know this was on the agenda. Because I always get flack for that too, that I don't let her know when it's not my responsibility to call you. Yeah.
Okay, as soon as Commissioner Flanagan gets back, we will continue here.
But the one difference is, I feel like this is very
House got 3 blocks.
she wants to do it all the time. So,
is really what it is.
This is more of a one-off.
Yes.
Lessons have been learned.
Yeah.
Waiting on two commissioners to get back in the room and then we'll continue.
Okay.
Thank you
I
guys
didn't
for
have
being here.
anything for us. I didn't see anything, so I didn't bring anything. But I'm done.
Am I done with you?
Yep, I don't have anything else.
Happy day.
Of course.
Nice thing to share. Beautiful.
Pardon me?
Yeah, right?
Sheriff? Two F's. We're gonna kick you out too, Rob.
With,
We're gonna have executive session coming up here.
I can't hear what they're gonna have to say.
No. This is a different issue.
Oh, okay.
We'll drag you back in here when the Red Cross guy gets here.
I'm kicking and screaming, got it. Exaggerated.
voice
See you
number,
guys later. See ya.
call me on my cell phone if you ever
Okay.
need to, right? You got it.
I will.
Thank you.
All right, we're back to, coming back to order here. We come out of the
All's
executive
present.
session without any action. And we've got one more item to, for the day here. Red Cross gentleman's supposed to come in and visit with us.
They're coming. Representative Fitzgerald is here as well.
Yeah, I've been visiting with Red Cross, but I came back.
Yep, everything. Thank you.
You got things squared away, Mary?
Yeah, I think so, finally, hopefully. It's gonna depress.
Richard Smith from the
We'll
Red
put
Cross.
Mr. Smith in that chair right there,
Right
Paul.
there? Sure.
It's in the hot.
All right, welcome and thank you for coming up to kind of brief us on what's going on.
So yeah, thank you for having it.
So we'll just turn it over to you, sir. Let us know what's going on.
Okay, so I'll let you kind of know what we know and where we're at right now and some of the decision-making processes. So right now, we know we've identified 57 units that have had significant impact to them. They've had water in some. Some of them have only had, a couple inches of water where the water's run in, ruined the carpet, made the carpet wet, potentially gotten under the drywall. That's yet to be determined because we're still. Some of those have had feet of water. Some of them picked up quite a bit of water, so the apartment is completely flooded. Everything inside is ruined. So that's some of the general information we know. What's happening right now with that is we have disaster assessment teams that have been on the ground going from apartment to apartment, trying to get pictures of what's happened in their home. So in one of the apartment complexes, one end they had, again, several feet, 3 feet, 4 feet of water. At the other end of the apartment complex, the gentleman didn't have any water. So he has no problem. So we just kind of got to assess all of that to figure out how many people we have, what that's going to look like for us to go forward, how we're going to take care of them, and then to assess the needs. So some of those people are going to be fortunate and they're going to go live with some of their family members until some of this work gets taken care of. Other ones we're going to have to take care of in some way. We're trying to get that number to figure out what that's going to be, what that's going to look like, and where it's going to be. There's lots of complications that come along with when you start talking about shelters and where people are going to go and how you're going to house them. One of the things you want to stay away from is having a place that's very comfortable, because when places are very comfortable, people don't want to leave. While it's easy to kind of say that's what we're going to do in the beginning, it's at the end when it becomes they're evicting me out of this place or they're throwing me out. The Red Cross doesn't care. Nobody cares about us when we've worked with them to do that. So we try to measure that. We want it to be good. We want it to be comfortable. We want it to be safe. We want them to have the amenities they need. The challenge is where is that and what does that look like? So right now there's a team of people working on that. So I'm out of Central Western South Dakota, based out of Rapid City. This is my service area. I'm the executive director. We have 2 other people that work with us, a service to armed forces and a disaster program manager. Then we are then in a bigger region, which is actually South Dakota, North Dakota, and Minnesota. So that team is involved in setting up volunteers. Several of those people that are out doing that assessment right now are from North Dakota, Eastern South Dakota, and Minneapolis. So we're building those teams to people come in. We've got more people that are on their way to include nurses, mental health counselors, all kinds of folks that can come in and provide and meet the basic needs of folks. So we've been working mainly at Ponderosa. They did finish with the Brookhaven Apartments, so they've done a complete assessment of that. They're now working at, again, at the Ponderosa. The Oak apartment complex was the one that had the most damage. So we are working on that one. That's where they started with. I've been working with, my morning has been spent with the apartment manager, spending time with Sean to go around. He's knocking on every single door. We're talking to every single resident to say, here's what's happening, here's where we're at, here's what we know, and we're trying to develop a plan to go forward. So that is what they are working on developing right now and doing those conversations. So he is personally out doing that kind of conversation to talk about what's going on. In the meantime, the 20 or so folks that are leadership team back in the Minneapolis area are talking about how are we doing feeding, how are we doing sheltering, trying to bring all those pieces together to help us. We're also working with the South Dakota VOAD, voluntary organizations active in disaster. We had a meeting with them this morning to talk about here's the rundown, kind of the same briefing I just gave you. Here's where we're at. here's the identified needs that we know of right now, which is really about, we probably need some help moving some furniture out. We need to supplement some food. So there were some refrigerators, freezers that went down. They were shut down when the power came along. So we wanted to keep people safe. We shut the power down. So that food is gone and spoiled. So how do we start to fill that back up with folks? So don't want to tap all the resources to go from the Spearfish Food Bank to go right to those folks. We're trying to leverage that out with Feeding South Dakota and bring all those pieces together. We're trying to work on volunteers. So as people are calling, which they do, it's a holiday weekend. How do we get those people that are volunteering engaged? We're working with 211 to provide some, we're getting volunteers, having them call 211, and they'll help to organize some of that and probably do that through the apartment complex. The challenge is there's some questions around liability. So when we talk about some of these decisions and you wonder why some decisions are not easily being made and quickly, everybody runs from a liability issue. So before anybody does anything, everybody wants to look at that, know what the liabilities are, who's going to take those responsibilities, and how that's going to work. So a little bit slower, but this is a typical disaster response, unfortunately, whether it's a big event like this, whether it's hurricanes or this kind of flooding. The process is a little slower, but it's gaining steam. It's starting to move forward. So I know I just talked about a lot. Do you have any questions? I can continue on if you want. Questions?
Commissioner Nyman.
So if I'm one of those victims, I have to sit in my apartment till the decision's made.
We're working on that unless we recognize there's something different. So there are some people that have called in that have said, hey, I need something now. And there are caseworkers that are coming in this afternoon to start meeting with all those folks.
Who do they call?
They call an 800 number.
Is that posted somewhere on site?
I do not know if it's posted somewhere on site, but anybody we're having contact with, we're trying to share that number with them.
And have you ever called 211?
I have called 211, yes. And there was some conversation this morning about some of that. So share with you, the mayor, Spearfish, was on. We had set that up to do 211, and the 211 people did not accept him as a volunteer. This was the mayor, Spearfish, who we had set to do that. So they're working on fixing some of those
So
issues.
we have volunteers that are down there, been down there for 3 days helping. They've been bringing food from different businesses. We have volunteers that want to send money, and we got volunteers that want to help clean up. Who do they talk to?
Well, they can contact me. I'm there on site. We're trying to do that right now. They can talk to us. We've been working with Paul, the staff there. The city kind of had a meeting to get together. We worked with the city to say, you need to set up a fund. They're working with Spearfish Community Foundation to set up a fund to do that. We have people we know that are feeding. We're working with those people. We're ready to take over feeding actually this afternoon. We just are trying not to duplicate services. So again, because it's just people that are volunteers, we're trying to capture them and say, are you prepared to feed, or can we start taking over feeding, which was where we would take over.
So do you have an office on site?
No, but I'm in there in the morning at Ponderosa, and I'm on the grounds wandering around.
Can you put one in the senior center so these people have somewhere to go in person?
Thursday and Friday, we will have something there.
How about before and after?
We will. So we're talking about when we go to a shelter. If we open up a shelter, we will have an office there at the shelter where people can get that. So we will have the ability to assess and tell whatever we can about all those people that have been impacted. So they'll be getting resources and individual case management.
So you don't have the ability to have somebody on site that these folks can talk to 24/7?
Not yet, but we will.
And then what about the upstairs apartments? Are we going to displace those people from mold and construction dust?
So we're assessing that right now to understand that. So that's a challenge that comes along, and the apartment complex ultimately is the one that has the say in that. They're ultimately the one that does that. We'll take our damage assessment. We'll share that back with the state. We'll give our recommendations. Again, that's a fear of what happens if that does happen and mold growth starts and it comes into those upstairs apartments. We're going to double the size of the operation. We just don't know those things.
There's a lot of volunteers that are willing to man phones and man information centers. Can't we utilize those volunteers?
We probably can. What I'm going to do is, if you have some people like that, we're going to go talk to the mayor, and I'll work out something with the mayor to try and make that happen. Because we're going to be in the Chamber of Commerce building, so that's where we're going to establish our headquarters, so we have a place for people to go. And
Would you consider doing it at the senior center, which is more in the vicinity and has better parking?
Yes and no. So there's some challenges that come along with that, because we're going to be, so decision making, all of our staff is going to be there. We really want them focused on taking care of the things that need to be taken care of, such as all the planning that goes into that, all those meetings that take place. So we'd like for that to be different. It doesn't mean that we won't stay at the senior center. Doesn't mean that we won't. We're just right now, we're just trying to get through those kind of first couple days.
There's more room at the senior center than there is at the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, but we're only talking about 20 people for our headquarters. There will be people around. Again, there's going to be case managers that are going to be there. There's going to be DAT responders, our disaster action team members that are going to be there.
So are you having mass transit bring these people to that location?
Yes.
Talk
So
to you,
we've
or
talked to
they
Barb
can't just go
Klein.
across the street?
Yeah, we've talked to Barb Klein. No, we wouldn't take them to the Chamber of Commerce. So I'll add a little clarification. So if we open up a shelter, all those residents will be at that shelter, or they'll have the ability to have us contact them at that shelter. So some of this can be done virtually. If that's not the case, if they need transportation, talk to Barb Klein at Prairie Hills Transit. They're willing to help us to move those folks.
I'm not satisfied. These people need somebody to talk to on site right now, and they're not getting it.
And
24/7. These are people that don't have the skills to go online and zoom in and call people. They need to just have somebody to listen. And you know, we need either some counselors or it's just somebody so they can vet too.
And we are trying to do that by going around door to door, talking to every single person that's there.
Did you have a comment, Mary?
I visited, yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I visited a little with Richard. My biggest concern is these people need somewhere to stay. They're sitting outside in the rubble, you know, and they don't have anywhere to go. And they've been calling me, so I've been counseling them a lot. And I go down there and visit with them, but honestly, they do need to be somewhere away from the premises. I think it's very depressing for them to sit there and look at their apartment and their belongings or all destroyed or gone. So that would be my only comment. Richard, is there somewhere they can stay tonight?
I will tell you, we're working on it. I don't know that we're going to have someplace open for it tonight, but we are working to get that done as soon as possible. So on my way over, we're hoping to be able to make an announcement tomorrow.
Could we have cots in the senior center? That's right across the street at least.
We haven't broached that with them to do that yet. So part of that challenge becomes you've got to have enough people. You've got to have health services there. You've got to have volunteers. You've got to have feeding. We're just not at that point where we have that number of people on site yet that we can start to make all that.
Commissioner Ivers.
I just want to be very clear. We support your efforts. Okay. We're just trying to get the critical needs taken care of while you're getting organized.
And so I very much appreciate that. I want you to know we're committed to this. So we're coming up early in the morning. We're staying late at night. We're on meetings. We are trying to get that where we can take care of people. Some of the challenges, it's hard to meet everybody's needs. I know we know people are hurting. I will tell you, sure. So I've spent a lot of time with the property manager trying to work through some of this. What is it that we can do? It is just this is a typical, disasters are typically a slow process. We're trying to go as fast as we can to get those people. We don't want any issues. We don't want anybody getting sick. And those people have expressed that to us as I've been there talking to them. We know there's all kinds of groups that are being involved. We are trying to get as far as we can every single day. We hit these little roadblocks. I think I may have just mentioned it to Representative Fitzgerald, is we hit these little roadblocks. It's a HUD house. They don't have insurance. There are just, it's federal government. So we hit these walls with the federal government that we can't circumvent, that we just have to work around and find a different way to go. And I'll just tell you, we've hit some of those snags that we just weren't prepared for. We've had some issues like this before, but this is just a whole different ball of wax.
But that's only if you go through them. If you go through us or the city, you don't have those roadblocks.
But they're ultimately there's some responsibility that resides at that location and when they're going to do and what they're going to do.
But I mean
immediate assistance. Yep. I would say some of that is, yes, there's some challenges that have just presented itself with that we just can't overcome.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion from anyone? Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When were you first alerted of the extent of this disaster?
So Friday evening, I could look back and tell you the exact time, but we were called and said, hey, there is a significant storm coming through. Then started reaching out, because we're watching the weather as well. We see the tornadoes, and so we were told that there was some challenges going on. Talked with Paul to understand what does that look like and what's happening. So understanding the beginning of a disaster response, we're just trying to understand what's happening, how many units. Originally, we thought we were less than 10 people. So Friday night, we thought we were less than 10 people. We will then start to look at putting people in the hotels. So that was our original thought when that happened Friday night. Things then progressed. On Saturday morning, we set up some people to come up and start taking a look to get a better understanding. So as those people came in, started taking a look, they're saying, it's getting bigger, it's getting bigger. And that process just continued to grow through Sunday. And then Sunday, we started having conversations, started talking to the apartment complex, started getting a better understanding of what is happening and what is it that we need to do to start doing that. And that's when we came up with the first thing on that, to start that.
Okay. Everybody's got a lot to do. You guys are busy. You're trying to do everything you can. We appreciate it. Thank you for coming up and sharing with us.
So thank you, and I'll just end with this if I could. So I'll tell you, this is so I'm a humanitarian. I work at the Red Cross. This is my job, is to take care of people. I take it very seriously. So does our volunteers. So while we're talking about there's some challenges, know that we're working as hard as we can to make that happen, including involving everybody we think that can help us to solve this. So if there's anything we can do, we will be trying to do that to get that done.
All right.
I'll leave you a couple business cards. If you have questions, you can always call my cell phone. I'll answer it, maybe not right then, but I will call you back and do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Anything else?
Anything else to come before us this morning, gentlemen?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned. You don't have to take a vote on that one.
Yeah, we're good. All right,
Thank you, everyone.
thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A little bit of a challenge here and there.
Argument like this, it really go a long way.
Well,
The lawyer,
It's a thing where I know exactly what it is. I mean, really what needed to happen.
Wait 14 days.